the
Stream.
page.
Oh, okay. Okay, connect your encoder to go live. Okay. It says excellent.
Yeah.
But the image isn't showing. There we are. Okay.
Let it load.
Okay. So
All right, it's live. I just got the pop-up.
that is so bizarre. It's never done that before. So give me a second to stop sharing and then go over to the channel. See if it finally showed up on the channel. There it is. Now let's see if we get echo.
All right, it's live. I just got the pop-up.
Excellent. So we got your echo. So we can begin. So basically everybody upvote. Everybody who gets us now, make certain to upvote. That's the first thing that you must do. It's the most important thing to do in our lives. It's a very small act on your part, but it's life and death to Team Dietrich. And with that, we're going to start the opening hour by getting right into something that was asked about by our dear friends here on Team Dietrich. They definitely found something concerning Hellstrom hives, and we've asked our dear man who found that to come on with us so that I can show him a lot of background information about that. We may go back into it later in the show tonight, but we won't be on for too long tonight because I originally had and Brendan left us. He dropped out of the call. So we'll show who's here, Samuel Romero and John Doe. Let's make certain that we're getting your voices first, and we'll make certain that everybody is registering on the online broadcasting software. So, dear Sammy, say hi. Again.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Fine. Much the better for your being with us. And so, dear Aristides, say hi. Let's make sure you're registered.
Hello?
Excellent.
Registering?
Yes. How about yourself, dear T-Tank Berry? Let's make sure you're registering. Say hi.
Good evening. Hello.
Yo, so good to have you with us. Okay, so you're all registering. That should mean that everybody hears us, and it was an odd enough start to the night already. Let's do some screen share now and give people kind of like an idea of what the fuss was all about. Now, one of the things that was brought forth was the concept of the underground tunnels and basically terraria that were developed in Dulce, New Mexico, and other areas near Nevada that expanded from their original sites. Basically, when we take a look at what happened with the original idea was that Venus was inhabitable. There was no reason to believe otherwise until there were much more advanced techniques for landing on Venus, at least some probes, that gave us the true idea of how runaway their greenhouse effect was on planet Venus. Now, these ideas, some of them are still quite valid, but even they were pioneered around the 1950s. So in the 1950s, the American defense industrial complex, along with the Soviets, realized that Venus, of all the planets, actually has the most contiguous land area. If someone were to land on Venus, it has land that is comparable to the landmass of planet Earth and beyond. Actually, more landmass than planet Earth because there are no oceans. We didn't know that at the time. What was known was that it was very hot, and as a result, they thought that there could be a potential for colonizing, for humanity, the clouds. This would require enormous floating bases that would float in the clouds based on several means of propulsion that were being engineered in the Greater Soviet Union at the time, but the concept was for floating cities that would be aerostats, and these aerostats would be giant gas bags that would take the gases of Venus and recycle them for flotation. This was engineered to a high degree, so much so that models were built. Now, in terms of the concept that I was able to find in art and actually take home, it was, ironically enough, the Russian concept, which was much more primitive than what the Americans had going. These could actually be propelled by what they felt was an atmosphere that was conducive to that. Technically, ideas like this are still feasible for Venus in the atmosphere, where you wouldn't be going too deep into the toxic clouds and the highly, superheated planet itself. But in order to colonize the planet itself, for the lowlands, they realized, even as more information was coming in, that human beings could not colonize Venus, and there was an added threat of thermonuclear war. Now, I've always explained the fact that thermonuclear war is a kind of bogeyman. No one on either side, the Soviets or the Americans, really believe what the public did. Everyone knew that they were launching nukes every other fucking day in tests, and it really wasn't doing anything significant to really cause an apocalypse. They were doing so many nuke tests in France, England. France was doing them in the Pacific. England was doing them in Australia. The Russians and the Chinese and the Americans, everybody was doing so many nuclear tests. It was the equivalent of a thermonuclear war with a full exchange. And nothing was really happening to planet Earth. And yet, at the same time, there was always the theoretical proposition of developing super massive weapons that only the Soviets tested once, called the Tsar Bomba, which were kind of the precursors to what they called crust busters, meaning that it would dislodge the tectonic plates to an extent where magma would boil forth from within the Earth itself and render the surface world much like we understand Venus today. In other words, destroy the habitability of the surface of the planet. So it was that combined threat with the idea of colonizing Venus using a different kind of life form that could terraform Venus from the inside out, something that would work through tunnels and therefore help with various geotectonic techniques that they were conceptualizing to change the very atmosphere of Venus, where ultimately it would be more conducive for man, even if it took thousands of years. The idea led to the creation of these bottlenecked environments. Now, I've shown these bottlenecked environments before. You drill a hole into the ground and you blow a thermonuclear bomb underground, and it creates a perfect spear. The radius of the detonation creates a spear that coalesces all of the elements, the sands, the mineral content. They become glass. You create an instant terrarium, which things can live in, and they're bottlenecked. You can pump in an artificial atmosphere. You can seed it. It's okay. So somebody muted my microphone. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So somebody muted my microphone just now. That's intriguing. So does anyone know who did that? At any rate, I just want people to understand that I need to know if people can hear me. So can people hear me at all?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Because I was muted there for a moment. And
Yes, you were.
yeah, that was somebody muted me on the call. Somebody muted me on the call. That's what it says on the screen here, is that somebody chose to mute me. So we'll have to investigate that later. All that being said, when it comes to the scientists who were involved, as I said, because you can create an artificial atmosphere and contain it within these subterraria, they can, like a real terrarium, maintain a static environment for conceivably centuries. There are terrariums which have literally been to space. They've taken them to the space station. They've taken them back to Earth. They've been subjected to cosmic rays, solar radiation. And if they're not abused, the terraria are able to survive, meaning that a contained ecosystem can survive in space. It can also survive underground. Now, because it was created by a thermonuclear explosion, something which I've actually shown before on my channel, where I've pointed out this sort of effect. If we go to the home channel here and we take a look at something that I've shown before, it's this would be an example of it. So we have here an example of a subterranean kind of spherical effect created by boreholes in which a nuke is detonated creates a terrarium-like environment, and they could ultimately be used theoretically for human survival of a massive environmental or nuclear holocaust. The original creation of these cavities leaves them so irradiated that they would probably have a half-life of, at the very least, centuries, if not millennia, thousands of years. As a result, following through with human colonization was obviously out of the question in any immediate sense. So instead, they imported plants which absorb solar radiation. All plants are photosynthetic, and as primary energy producers, they are radiovores. They thrive off of devouring radiation, even though it's solar radiation. People who are worried about radiation exposure from their cell phones should know you actually get more radiation by eating a banana, because all of these kinds of plants absorb solar radiation, and that's how they grow. Otherwise, you wouldn't have plants at all. So as photosynthetic, plants can adapt to be radiovorous even without the sun, simply by absorbing a different kind of radiation. In these highly radiated terraria, subterraria, the plants that were seeded created a riotous growth of mutated jungle, highly radioactive jungle, and the kinds of specimens that they ultimately inserted to populate these jungles that they felt might someday populate Venus or repopulate the surface in the event of a nuclear conflict or massive environmental catastrophe. They based on the genes of Gallus mandius, or Ghoul sapiens, the homologue equivalent of subterranean species that we would know of in the Arab world as the ghoul. What happened was the kind of ghoul that they transferred into the subterranean complexes basically evolved to live off the riotous growth of mutated plants and whatever carcasses, usually animals, livestock, that they threw into them in massive truckload amounts. They began to look like what they called blind demons. And subterranean adapted to a kind of environment which, of course, they smelled like wet hot garbage. That's why the breakouts at Dulce describe them as such. And, of course, they tried their best to adapt them with various kinds of worker insects. These would be more of the thinkers that they called them, or the brains of the society. And they were, of course, paired with working insects that were bred to as large as they could get. They can't get much larger due to Earth's gravity. And also we have a limit in our oxygen capacity on Earth. And insects absorb oxygen through the carapace, and they get the more oxygen that's in the atmosphere, the bigger they get, which is why we had an age of giant insects in the past when Earth had a much larger or higher oxygen content. But this is about as big as they get these days, which is still extraordinarily large as some crustaceans in the ocean. These would not be pets. They don't process that way underground. They don't process with the need for pets. They're highly communistic in a most organic sense. And as a result, the kind of ghoul communism that developed in these terraria is where they can live packed together, literally skin to skin, right next to each other in highly compact environments. All of this led to a kind of hive-like society, which certain architecture is based on the surface world. Now, in order to discredit any of the scientists who would speak about this, as well as any experiments towards trying to produce quote-unquote warriors, as with insects having a warrior caste, which would be more scorpionic in their build, the kinds of studies that the US government did led to imagine a race of bunker-dwelling, post-apocalyptic humans that never surface, have access to technology from before the destruction of the Earth, which, of course, most of the defense industrial complex believes that through climate catastrophe, we're headed towards destruction, more so than nuclear war ever could damage us. But most notably, they were thinking along the lines of gene engineering, genetic engineering, organ cloning, electricity production, a fusion reactor. Some of this was changed, mutated with time, but they do have an interface of nuclear reactors or some of what they call bioreactors in these terraria. So when it comes to the assembly line, growing meat in labs, growing plants under heat lamps, genetically engineered udder animals, sacks of flesh with no sense of sight, smell, taste, or hearing, barely a sense of touch that ingest the waste of the population through a tube, make extremely nutritious milk in large quantities. This is why they smell like wet garbage. They literally live off of their own shit. Their own shit is recycled in this manner. They pump through large udders in collection tubes, eject waste into another tube at the back. Udder animals are grown in similarly single-purpose artificial wombs. So all of this was realized over a period of many years. The idea meaning someday they could produce a warrior caste of scorpionic-type human beings, and ultimately some of the models would basically project what they look like, pretty much like this. This is the kind of scorpionic features under the carapace. Now, fortunately, these are extraordinarily rare because these are not warring colonies. The colonies are not at war with each other, so most of what you have are simply the workers and the thinkers. But the potential there to breed such warriors is always in the background and is an option should they ever swarm the surface world in multitudes. Now, all of this, of course, when scientists began to report it, they hired a group of propagandists to assassinate their character. One of the people they hired was Frank Herbert. Frank Herbert was inspired for Dune by an environmental study. His inspiration for the desert planet Arrakis came from 1957, when he visited the Oregon Dunes near Florence, Oregon, to research for a magazine article for the U.S. Department of Agriculture titled "They Stopped the Moving Sands," which detailed how ecologists were planting European beach grass to stabilize shifting dunes and prevent them from burying highways and towns. Now, his article was never completed, but the research sparked a massive creative shift for him. And observing this delicate man-made battle against untamable nature inspired his interest in ecology, and basically he went on to write Dune. This, of course, is only part of the story. He was employed in tandem with basically a film company, which I have to stop sharing screen for a second so I can change the screen. And I ask everyone to be patient and to reset your page if you can't see this. So can you see where I've switched to? I've switched the screen now to a different screen. So Sammy, Aristides, Michael, I'm sorry, T-Tank, let me know if you can see this. So do you see this? Screen Society, the Hellstrom Chronicle. Do you see this?
Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay, good. And Sammy, let us know as well when you get a moment. So what happened is, this is Duke University. Duke University is famous or infamous for years. They were the center for psychic research. Anybody can look that up. It was one of the few places in the world where they could conduct psychic research without being laughed at, full government funding. And the end result was Duke became heavily involved with paranormal or peripheral kinds of projects. So when it came to Duke University, what they were showing on October 18th of this year, this was like October 18th, 2025, just last year, they showed the Hellstrom Chronicle, which, again, see the date, they showed it on October 18th, 2025. It's kind of like a review. Let's all get together and review this. But Hellstrom Chronicle was produced in 1971. Now, anybody can look up the chronology of this. The Hellstrom Chronicle was produced in 1971, and it was a character assassination campaign of all the scientists involved with the Hellstorm Hives project. Hellstorm was originally misspelled Hellstrom in the same way that the triple nickels firefighters on the American home front, with Japanese firebombing all the Pacific Northwest, the black fire teams, the smoke jumpers who fought those fires, were spelled triple nickels in the old sense, where the K, I, C, L were all displaced and spelled in an archaic English sense, so nobody could find them in a search. That was before the advent of computers. And that was before the advent of data search in the kind of manner that we understand it today. It served to effectively prevent anyone from finding them from the old days of library card systems. And the same with Hellstorm. By spelling it Hellstrom, they were able to prevent people from searching for the Hellstorm hives in any conventional sense. When scientists began to leak and talk about what was going on underground, they produced this film in 1971, the Hellstrom Chronicle, so that they could cover their tracks, and people who found Hellstrom instead of Hellstorm would find this film. This film, released in 1971, is about a mad scientist. Perhaps one of the strangest films to ever win the Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature. This is extraordinarily important. It won the Academy Award for Best Documentary Feature. And if you look it up, it will be listed as fiction. It portrays in stunning and sometimes disgusting detail a war we did not know we were fighting, the struggle between humankind and the insects that are determined to take over the planet. So basically, they present stringing this parade of violence, seduction, and survival together is Dr. Niels Hellstrom, a fictitious entomologist, played by Lawrence Pressman. So they say the very character of this award-winning Best Documentary is a fictitious character, banished from the scientific community for choosing insects over mankind and attempting to aid in their inevitable domination. Hellstrom's narration and contextualization injects each scene with an extra potent dose of ecological horror. Although satirical, the film's thesis that mankind is too ignorant and individualistic to survive ultimately doesn't seem so ridiculous. Now, the point is, this is an aggregate of convergent scientists melded together into a fictitious character, Dr. Niels Hellstrom, who is saying he's on the side of the insects to take over humanity. When Frank Herbert wrote the book Hellstrom Hive, again, let's take a look at the year published, Hellstrom Hive, as part of this assassination campaign paid by the government, it was produced in 1973. Now, there is no way that an author can produce a book based on a film without permission. When this won the Academy Award, the Hellstrom Chronicles, in 1971, there is no legal paper trail of permission for the main character of that film, who's declared as fictitious, to be taken and put in as the main character of a novel by Frank Herbert in 1973. There is no legal paper trail for that because there was none. In other words, it's like he decided, oh, I'm just going to take this character from an award-winning documentary because the character is declared fictitious, is meaningless, he's still intellectual property, and then put him into a novel on my own, and it's produced as quote-unquote independent. Now, Hellstrom's Hive is impossible to find on PDF form for an average civilian. You have to have academic connections. You can find it as a paperback book, you can find it as a hardback, and it's still very rare. It only went through a very short run of publications. And when you find it, it's relatively expensive. But you can find the paperback, you can find the hardback. Try and find the PDF is fucking impossible. It does not exist available to your average civilian on the internet. The internet does not have any access to any PDF of Hellstrom's Hive. So I'm going to ask Aristides to eventually find me a copy on PDF form if he can, because he's the kind of guy who can do that. But other than that, I do want people to know that Hellstrom's Hive took the character assassination further and presents Dr. Nils Hellstrom, an entomologist, a successful filmmaker, an influential scientific advisor with strong political ties, then produces basically a hive of human beings. And all of this was discovered by a deep undercover agency of the U.S. government so that they can divorce the U.S. government should the project ever erupt into the open by a leak or some kind of a mirage of the beings, the entities themselves from underground. Then they had a cover story that, well, this wasn't the government. We have, you see, there was a documentary. And then there was a novel written by Frank Herbert. Somehow they knew they must be communist spies. So this must be a communist plot underneath America. But it was their own project, and they were covering their ass. I know all this because I collated and worked with all the documents. So in terms of the kind of character assassination campaign that went on, you now have a context for something that I'm seeking, because I never had a copy of Hellstrom's Hive. If Aristides can find it, that would be deeply appreciated. But aside from that, the book is impossible to find in PDF form otherwise without somebody who's kind of like a hacker like Aristides is. But when it comes to your average person, you can't find it. You'd have to buy a copy, and they're pretty hard to find. In the novel, there's no conclusion. In the novel itself, the conclusion is humanity must learn to live with the insects. That this new communist culture underneath our planet is something we have to learn to love, to coexist with. So when Frank Herbert produced it or released the book, all funded by the government, he was paid to do this. There's never been a sequel. Never been a sequel because it was a one-time character assassination campaign. Obviously, when something succeeds, you make sequels. That's what he did with Dune. But the way it was projected to the public was Hellstrom's Hive, where the end of the human race begins. When a team of government operatives is sent to investigate the site of Dr. Hellstrom's secret Project 40, they find specially bred scientists with huge heads and stunted legs who develop weapons that hum with deadly insect venom, chemically neutered workers capable of poisoning the world, hidden tunnels immune to atomic fission, hormones for ecstatic sensual pleasures, and the vats, where everyone finally ends to nourish future generations of Hellstrom's horrifying hive. Yes, the dead are recycled. That's right. That was another feature. Well, they're ghouls after all. That's hardly a problem. But in the Chinese, these are known as Xinjiang de Zhongyang Fengchao, the central beehives of New Border. And they're known as the Remen de Jimindi, the People's Colonies. So when it came to the way that they were trying to introduce this to the public, they first released the story in several parts in Galaxy magazine. And they portray the government agents as the most evil people on Earth. The government agents are all portrayed as completely unacceptably, and they're not. They have no sympathy. There's no sympathy for them, and the end result is that you are supposed to root for the worker caste, the Hellstrom's Hive people, the Mandius Gulis, the Ghoulman. And so Frank Herbert produced a propaganda novel saying that these are the people who have every right to inherit the earth. That the earth should be inherited by the thinkers and the workers, and if need be, their warriors. I know that much of the novel because I dealt with the documents where he was paid to do this. So in other words, he was saying that through this novel, he was trying to project to humanity just like what was being portrayed. Oh, I forgot I turned the screen share off. Our friend Brendan said it was hideous. How could you see it if I had the screen share off? By the way, so, yeah. Brendan, let me know. So how long have I been without sharing, or was I sharing the whole time? So I guess I was sharing the whole time. So Brendan,
You were sharing, Doug. I could
okay,
see it.
okay. So in terms of all of this, yes, the other the ways that they were trying to breed the oh yes, the insect apocalypse. Yes, when I go back there to the insect apocalypse, this was of course more of the brute labor force that they were trying to develop with a carapace kind of musculature. There were various experiments on genetically altering these creatures underground, but the bigger picture was the ultimate proposition for the inheritors of the earth being a insectivorous society, the hypothetical evolution of insect civilizations, a deeper look into insect intelligence and social structures. The people who are really on the side of the insects is not some fictitious scientist, it's your United States government. So when we go over again to the concept here, I'm going to stop sharing and then start again to the Screen Society. That brings us back to the faux documentary. And here I show people again the search for the Hellstrom Chronicle. And the one thing you'll find out about searches is you never get what you're looking for in images. This has nothing to do with the Hellstrom Chronicle, that image. The Hellstrom Chronicle was more or less, you can find out about it in certain articles, a few reviews. You can probably find it maybe on YouTube in different parts. I've never seen it whole. It's always cut up in different parts. But the thing that is to be noted, again, is the chronology. When it was produced, how it was received with awards. And aside from being award-winning, it then becomes turned into a novel without any legal paper trail. That is all part of a campaign to mythify the actual world below that was artificially created by the United States government. So hopefully that puts that into some perspective. And yes, with that, that went over everything in about 30 minutes. And thank you all for your patience with that. But I noticed that we had a hard time starting tonight, and then somebody muted me in the middle of the call. So that was like, obviously there was some interference going on with my even trying to get this out there. But that having been articulated, hopefully now you might have some questions. I'll certainly didn't go over all of it in terms of what I consciously remember, but yeah, certainly T-Tag, if you have any questions, Aristides, Brendan, or Savvy, yeah, please, by all means, feel free to ask.
I just wanted to quote a late nuclear physicist who may or may not have worked in the area by saying, data point, data point, data point.
Thank you. Thank you. Sammy Romero's typing. We'll see if he's what he has to say. But at least now you've got an image of what they were planning for. Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. By all means.
I was gonna say great. Now we have to worry about the Cho, the Raveners with the Prions, the anti-gods, the old ones. What else? What other bullshit we got to deal with? It's pretty much we're sitting ducks, so it is what it is. So it's like, go ahead and add more another jelly bean to the pot. These insect humanoid that's somewhere in Nevada, and you got Bigfoot running around somewhere, God knows you have a Cthulhu somewhere, to taking a nap, I mean, I get it though. It's very interesting. I pretty much do believe it, because I remember you talking about 10 years ago. It was those mines in Vegas. What were they called?
Oh, are you the mines in Vegas? The Hellstrom hives. You're talking about
Nevada? I'm sorry. Was it Nevada? I know it was in Nevada.
Okay, yeah.
It was somewhere in Nevada.
Right. Yeah. Well, the Hellstrom hives refers to the subterraria, but you're thinking of something else. Maybe what happened in Chile with the chupacabra swarms that are very mosquito-like. Or was it something else? Nevada.
It was something else. I
Okay.
mean, it's a long time ago. I mean, but you know, all the other horrors that you mentioned. I mean, who cares? It's you know, it's interesting stuff, but you know, it's like, well, if it's not global warming, you know, it's something else. It's microplastics. You know, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. It's just
no, of course not.
it's very interesting stuff. You know, I believe it's true. You know, no who even goes to these areas in Nevada. You know, you have Area 51 out there, and you had you know, all these World War II military bases that were pretty much, you know, turned into what is now. You know, I remember you talking about even the Third Reich having a mission to shut down the Hoover Dam, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
something
absolutely.
to that aspect.
Yes, that's
Right.
true.
So you know, the Third Reich did. Sorry, let me get you off these cheap headphones I have.
Okay.
You know, so I remember you mentioning a lot of these missions that, you know, the Axis had to pretty much monitor us in the sense of what we were doing. But when it comes to, you know, these biological experiments, it doesn't surprise me. You know, it really doesn't. In fact, a good example of this is Hollywood. Hollywood takes all this government, you know, information and, you know, fictionalizes it. But it's really true, you know. You know, you have these horror movies like The Hills Have Eyes, you know, which, you know, is pretty much any backwoods, you know,
clan,
redneck
yeah.
state.
Yes, that's right.
You could even say, you know, that they're what do you call it? They're in where does Brooke Gibson live at? I forget.
South Carolina. South Carolina.
Somewhere in South Carolina.
Yes, I
you know.
forget the city exactly.
Yeah, you know, somewhere in Hickville. But my point is, you know, this is you know, this is very much relatable to anywhere in redneck America. You know, obviously, you know, people know the Ozarks and the Appalachian Mountains that are seething with strange inbred, you know, military biological experiments. You know that. You know, nobody goes to these areas. So, you know, I always refer back to your transmission where you do talk about that pretty much over half the United States is not
even surveyed, not properly surveyed.
It's not it's not properly surveyed, but it's not explored either.
That's
Give
right.
me 1 second.
Yes, take your time. There's no rush. And so with that having been said, certainly I hope our dear man Aristides can pull off another miracle like he did last time with finding a PDF of this. He just has the touch when it comes to that. Yeah. Oh, welcome back. Yes, by all means, Sammy, continue.
Yeah. So, you know, half of our country is pretty much uninhabitable. Oh, in fact, probably over half.
Yeah, it's uninhabitable. Over half. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, some of these areas in these federal parklands haven't been observed or surveyed since the Lewis and Clark days.
That's right.
So, you know, it's you know, and people there's proof. You know, go take a look at Yosemite's website. How many missing people go missing every year? So,
too many.
You know, it's
I don't even know why anyone goes.
Exactly. You know, so. You know, that's just my 2 cents. But honestly, these artificial, you know, organic environments obviously are very much possible. I just don't see us colonizing Venus. I don't see us doing something like that. I remember the Soviets did it. They sent some type of probe in the 80s, and it pretty much melted. But obviously, they're observing the surface. But I just but you know what? I also can kind of reference Star Wars, where you had Cloud City, you know.
Yes.
So, you know, maybe George Lucas got some of your files that you got from Aquino and wrote it in the script, you know.
Yes.
So, you know, all this is
he lived around here and was connected with all those people.
Yeah.
Right.
In California.
So, you know, So, you had that scene in Star Wars where Lando Calrissian had, the Cloud City. So, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just Venus is pretty rough, aside from the solar radiation and, the toxic fumes. But, hey,
yeah, but it is
know?
mostly lower. In extreme high stratosphere of Venus, it's considered that it would still be potentially somewhat habitable for humans, but in extremely enclosed environments. It would be like floating over a toxic sea. But yeah, it could still be possible. Like you said, it's not going to be easy. It wouldn't be easy, but it would all depend on how justified it was by resource extraction. All of these planets have enormous resources that would ultimately make such efforts potentially worthwhile. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But then again, they weren't really thinking of humans. They were going to dump these creatures down in there that would then burrow underground and maybe be able to survive. But you'd have to actually kind of bore the holes for them because they couldn't survive on the surface. Not the way it is right now. Nothing that we know of could survive on the surface. So it would be an extraordinarily complex operation that would take a lot of commitment. But all of that being said, certainly what you say is, remember that the project started in the 50s before we knew enough about Venus to understand the real challenges. So they didn't know the challenges were going to be that immense. Does that make sense? When they started in on this.
That actually does make sense.
Yeah.
And to tell you the truth, I can buy more of, we're expanding more into the lunar worlds of our planets, even the gas giants, because one of the things that they've been finding out is, for example, they want to send a probe into Neptune, obviously that being the farthest quote unquote planet, screw Pluto, right?
Yeah, isn't that sad? But go on. Yes.
Supposedly because they're interested in mining it because they believe deep inside Neptune, there's diamonds that have been created because of so much pressure. Obviously, they're probably some type of jukebox, juice box. Sorry, I slipped. Trying to get that sweet diamonds, right? Anyways, right. I wonder if there's going to be anyways.
Well, it rains petroleum on Titan. On Titan, one of Saturn's moons. Yeah, it's supposed to rain petroleum.
They're going to need, they're going to need some Chinese to mine the railroads too, right? Anyways, my point is, sorry, I know I have corny jokes, but my point is, as far as us living on these lunar, planets that surround these gas giants, a lot of these gas giants give out their own heat because of, all the fusion in their cores and stuff. The only thing about it is the radiation that they have that they're emitting. Obviously, one of them is Jupiter and Saturn. They emit a lot of radiation. So, if we can get passed around it and, obviously no atmosphere and no air and, all the impossible things that they don't, we can't live without, it's possible. It's just, I think where we're at right now in our climate, we are pretty much in the Stone Age, especially, who's in quote unquote in power right now.
Yes.
The fact that, and I don't mean,
yeah,
right. And I don't mean to, bring that up, but, Trump kind of is trying to take away all the tsunami equipment off the coast of California.
Yes.
He wants to take all that away and quote unquote to cut to cut costs and, pretty much sabotaging, our state.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, we can do it. It's just, it probably won't be us in our lifetime.
Interesting.
Or,
yeah.
It can't be this generation, unfortunately. We have idiots like Elon Musk and, good old racism, that's going to, it's just, we're backwards. But
Oh no, I all I can say is that everything you say is utterly realistic. It's completely the realist perspective. Hopefully, we're going to experience of necessity social revolution, just based on the civil war that these individuals, the very crazed individuals that you named, what they're going to start will be a civil war that will hopefully lead to their downfall and a social revolution where we can finally begin to pursue development of the planets in our solar system. And that would be definitely appreciated. Here we got an old picture of Peter Thiel starting PayPal back in the day, and he's someone who, of course, is no friend to humanity. All of these people are incredibly negative, and they really see their vision is for a machina apartheid, a machina apartheid, meaning that their apartheid state would separate machines from humanity, and they consider machines to be the superior caste. In other words, they're artificial intelligences that they're grooming, and they feel somehow they'll be accepted by these artificial intelligences as their creators, and thrive in this world without the rest of humanity, which if anything, they may perceive this kind of hybrid ghoul species to be their servant class that would never complain and somehow function in this world that they've destroyed environmentally. So you have the concept of what they're aiming for, which is going to set us back eternally. And then all we can hope for is that at some point they put so much pressure on the public itself that the public has no choice but to fight back. I don't know if you feel there's hope for that. And so we'll wait for the response. And if not, we'll, ask others to participate. Let's see, now we've got some input here from T-Tank. Excellent, some excellent photographs. All of that being said, just so everyone knows, I have a dental appointment extremely early, 8 a.m. in the morning. My biorhythms are such that we're not necessarily going to be hanging around too long tonight, that's for sure. And we're going to do our best to, for one thing, I found the Hellstrom Chronicle, the full movie altogether, the full documentary altogether, even though they claim it's fiction. I will put that link into the Infinite Call, and I will put it into the chat. With that, how about yourself, Aristides? Would you like to come on and do the blurb? Is that possible? How are you? How are you with that? Let's see if Aristides is with us. Okay, great. Great. So Aristides will do the blurb now. We've got great numbers. We want to thank you all for being here. I want to first thank, of course, Matt K 2277 for letting us know that the link is good, no bugs. The Lay Encounters, Goddess bless her. She says, how fascinating topic, Hellstrom's hives. We will return to this in the near future, perhaps do our best to provide people with what images we can, and also some other places they can go to get similar exposure to the just fragments of these ideas as exposed to the public. We want to thank Vicky Johnson and Carolyn Cotier, both two wonderful ladies who have always been with us for a long while now. Labor Renee Encounters, of course, has been around for a long while as well. All of you lovely ladies, kisses to all of you. Hugs to Matt K 2277. And we want to thank our contributors. I want everyone to know that the desert days between when I pay rent on the 1st of every month and when my Social Security disability insurance deposits on the 3rd of every month, that's 72 hours without any money whatsoever between the end of the month and when that check lands. So we want to thank these people for their contributions that fill in that gap. Matthew Bush at 25 United States dollars, Stephen Myers at 60 United States dollars, Aaron Tice at 100 United States dollars, Brooke Hagberg in Canada at 100 United States dollars on auto payment. Please, everyone, emulate her as the preeminent example. And all of this is, well, it's what pays for Microsoft Teams and my paratransit card. It loads that paratransit card up at the beginning of every month so I can actually cab it back and forth. So all of that being said, big day at the dentist tomorrow. And with that, we're turning the stage to Mr. Aristides.
All right. Well, hopefully everyone heard or just instinctively knew to hit the thumbs up, like button. As we always emphasize right in the beginning. And just as a reminder, that is not just to show your moral support, but to show the algorithm. It should prioritize the content and sharing and promoting the content, search results, suggested content areas, etc. That's how it normally works. But normally, most people, you would hope, don't have those that purposely put thumbs down to act against that. But that does happen here for reasons previously stated. They're not shown by YouTube, but they do matter. So that is why we're always saying hit that thumbs up right away when you get here. Not just, so everybody can go, yay, team, but so the algorithm doesn't get skewed down by a few bots or, I don't know, whoever, losers that are probably dying soon. So, I mean, the bots are only good for so long, I mean, the newer models, they must be artificially intelligent, after all.
Yes.
Right?
Much more intelligent than the people dispensing them in this case. Yes.
Yeah, right. Anyway, little humor there about the, whatever you're just talking about. Anyway, hit that thumbs up as soon as you get here. If you haven't already, do that now. If you can't do that, it's probably because you're not logged in. You need to be logged into YouTube to do this and other YouTube things. That's not really such a bad thing because it does provide some controls on people doing these things. So the best way to be logged in, if you've never done that before, is through a Gmail. I believe that'll get you logged right into YouTube because it's the same company. I believe you could probably sign up with other emails and such, but I think it's a lot more transparent if you just use a Gmail that you probably already have. So if you've never logged in, try that. It's easier than you think, and then you can participate in the chat, put comments after the episode is live when it becomes like a regular video. All these great things to support and interact. So, and once you're logged in, you'll find your little account thing up in the corner, as they usually are. If you go in there where it says switch account, that's where you can actually add other accounts that you can log in with, say other Gmails you might have, etc., or might be willing to make, or perhaps resurrect. Everybody's made one or two at a time and just kind of let it lapse. So there you go. Now they can be brought back to life and reanimated and put to good use as your own bot.
There we are.
And the reason being that through that little menu there where it says switch account, you can then switch between them, and each one can upvote individually. So here you can vote more than once in the Dietrich democracy, right? So Isn't that great? Can you do that anywhere else? No. So just that is fun,
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. That alone. Better than the so-called republic where all your votes are canceled by an electoral college.
So
yes.
And it's just fun. It's just fun. You just never thought you could do that. Right. It's it's for a good cause. It's fun. And as many accounts you can get signed in, you can do that. Also, even if you're just going to have one account signed in, you can actually, in the same spot in the menu, switch account under there, where it says, it'll say, at least on mine, it says view all channels. You can make channels underneath an account. They're normally used for publishing, uploading stuff that you don't normally just straight away do that with your login account. You have to make a channel or multiple ones if you'd like. And they can also upvote independently of their own identity. So actually, you can, if you just want to create a couple dummy channels, that's fine. You don't have to put anything on them, and you can switch between there. And you can also do multiple upvotes that way. So also, while you're in there in that little menu, make sure restricted mode is off in case it's on. That would mean that you cannot view any age-restricted content. That can happen by an automatic filtering process that YouTube does, if not for any other reason, or if it's not requested by the uploader. If that is not set such, then the content gets kind of labeled due to adult speech or whatever. You won't be able to go back and listen to it. So we're presuming you're an adult, and at least you can act with the judgment of one, reasonably enough. Which maybe is a lot to ask for even some adults, but nonetheless, turn that off. Nonetheless, turn that off because you're here. So turn that off, and so that's what you can, how to access that stuff. And then once you're all set there, you hit the upvote. You definitely want to hit, if you see a subscribe button there below, you want to hit that so you can subscribe. Hopefully most here have already done that and don't see that button available because I already have. But you will want to check that in the main channel page when you get a chance. Don't click out of here right now, but if you see the name in blue there, Douglas Dietrich, if you can open a new window or tab confidently, then do that. But if not, just wait and go to the main channel page. It will show you definitively subscribed there. And then in either spot, the notification bell, the little bell there, you want to click on that and indicate all. And that will, in every case of a new transmission, will provide a little handy dandy little pop-up. In fact, tonight, as Doug was having some issues getting everything connected, when the pop-up hit, that's when I knew it was all good. So that is your no bullshit way to know everything is okay and show up on time. And it would suggest that you are still subscribed if you're still getting them, because people do become unsubscribed. It's just because YouTube is sneaky like that. So yes,
you will be unsubscribed. So
yeah.
always keep checking on it. Yes,
right. Well, because you're not monetized on YouTube, and because you're you. So
yes.
So turn that notification bell on. Make sure you are subscribed. Subscribe. Share. Yeah, share. There's a share button there where you can click that and stimulate the algorithm a little bit more, and grab the link for the program there to share, and share far and wide anywhere that you can think of. Chats, emails, printing out QR codes, screaming it from the mountaintops, however you're going to do it, digitally, whatever the equivalent of that is. However, wherever you can, and let the chips fall where they may, and whoever's going to discover it will discover it. Let's put it that way. And they needed to. Yeah, they will be guided by divine wisdom to click on the link or whatever, and then they'll never be the same. So share that link.
Yes,
it's
that's
the same
right.
link.
They'll be psychologically scarred for life. But go on. Yeah.
Well, that's going to happen no matter what.
True.
So it's a growth process. It's like a muscle. You work out and it hurts after, but then you get stronger. So it's like that.
Yes.
But for your mind. Yeah.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes, fair enough.
Yeah. It only hurts at first, right?
Yeah. Well, sometimes that's enough. That's enough to discourage people for their entire fucking life. Yeah.
Well, some were, some were meant for the struggle, and some were not. So, but yeah, you know who you are, when you get there.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yep, share any way you can there. You can grab it out of the browser bar, and and it is the same link for the live and the replay. So if you grab it now, it'll still be good. It's not different links. So link is good for as long as the video stays up, which is usually the case, but not always.
That's
These
right.
things happen. Some of them, right? Yeah. So you want to make sure you review it. If you have the capability to download, if download programs, I think with just like with the paid YouTube, I think you can do it right off of YouTube. With the free one, you can't. But there are free programs out there that can do it.
Yes.
Download any episode you're so inclined that you find very interesting, even if you just the ones that you find interesting and you think we'll go back to. Somebody else might find them interesting too, and get them somehow removed. Hate to say it happens, so nothing's really permanent, unless you make it. So consider that also if you're technically inclined. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't asked you to do that in a while.
So but our dear friend did in the chat. This was Mr. Matt K 2277. Thank you. Yeah, he did that earlier. Thank you.
You just download. Wait, Matt, just download. What do you just download?
He said, I just downloaded it. Link is good. No bugs. Good luck.
Which one? Not the current. We're still live on this one.
Yeah, your point's well taken. So I'm not quite sure what he's referencing, but yeah, maybe he's using download in a different sense.
Maybe the Hellstrom's Hive.
Okay.
He saw. He saw. I did find that on YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe downloaded that. But so in the same.
But he said he must have been looking for it independently, but I'm not quite sure why he would reference that in light of what I was asking. I was asking about my own episode, my own live stream. Right.
But you can't download while it's live. I'm pretty sure of that. I haven't tried, but I wouldn't try because I'd rather finish.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Anyway, you can download.
It's odd. It was an odd thing to say. I'm not quite sure what he meant. Like you said.
At any rate, if you want to keep it, keep it. If you download. So there are ways. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Let's see. Share, subscribe, and comment afterwards. Comments are not on until the live is over. Then you can comment below. Comments will be open. Doug will always put his key details in a comment there that needs to be upvoted as much as possible, or else it could be disappeared if it is downvoted, because that's how YouTube works. If they think nobody likes what you're saying, they'll just hide it. So hit the upvotes there also. And leave your own comment, which probably is the best algorithm booster of all, is to actually interact, I think.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Not just click buttons, but actually say stuff.
Yes.
So leave any comment you feel is decent. If you're so inclined, or just feel free to participate in the chat. I'm not sure if that helps the algorithm, but it helps in other ways. So
great. Good job, Aristides.
Yes.
Wait, we got to get the PayPal though.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Last but not least, share, subscribe, and contribute, because this is Douglas's rightful job that he works on the working disabled program as he does. So let's get that link in there. PayPal is the easiest way to do that. So if you have a PayPal, which we hope you do, click on that link, or just search for, or go to PayPal, and he's got it right on the screen there at the bottom of the 3 lines there. Douglas D. Diedrich, that's the account you want to find, and go to that account and send him all your money. So that's the preferred way. If you do not have a PayPal, but you have a debit or credit card, you want to go to the website, which we're going to put in the chat.
Mhm.
And go there, go to the yellow button, upper right-hand corner. Not the one in the middle that doesn't do anything. That's the practice button, but the yellow one up there with the credit card symbols, you want to hit that. And then one of the options there will be use a debit or credit card. You don't have to be signed in. It'll still send them the money over PayPal. You can use your Venmo. That's an option there. And again, it says donate with PayPal, but this is his commercial account. A little bit of tax is taken out of that. So if you have PayPal, think about using the first one. But there you go. You can use a card. So if you don't have any of that, you just got fat stacks of cash laying around. Next suggestion is to go to the post office and get a very large money order made out to Douglas and mail that to him. And if you just absolutely have to send cash, I don't know why, because if you're already at a post office, you know, they have money orders, but or anything else of a great value, you know, your grandma's antique coin collection, anything like that, just, you know, put it in a box, pack it up tight, send him an email, put the email in the chat, let him know that something is physically on the way, so he knows to look out for it and does not get missed, including care packages and what have you. So
Excellent.
Yep.
Delightful.
There we go. There's the, oh wait, I have to delete that, put it twice by accident. All right.
Cool.
I think that was basically it. If you guys want, you got people waiting to talk, so go ahead.
No, you did wonderful, and thank you so much as always. And I appreciate your patience with our starting the show tonight. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
good
Wonderful.
job, Aristides. Yay.
Thanks.
Yes. Yes. And welcome aboard, Sammy and Holly. Holly, do say hi to Sammy, Aristides, Brendan, and everybody else. Thank you for joining us. Were you able to catch what I said in the beginning, dear Holly? Let's see if she responds. She has to come off mute to do so.
Sorry, I had to get off mute.
Yes. Yes.
I was on mute.
Understood. Yes. By all means. How are you?
Yeah.
People care about you as a
Hi,
person.
Sammy. Hi,
Hey,
Aristides.
what's going on,
Hi,
pal?
Douglas. Hi, everybody.
Yes.
I'm good. I wore my lucky Douglas Dwayne Dietrich t-shirt to the
Delightful.
dentist
Oh my
and
God.
my Unit 731 chapstick,
Oh my God.
and it was all real smooth.
That's delightful. Oh my God.
My good luck.
Oh.
I do it when I got to get the emissions check, too,
Oh,
because it's
that's
lucky,
cute.
you know,
That's
on the car.
cute. That's so adorable.
Yeah.
I gotta keep telling Doug
Yes.
he needs to start selling merch, especially with his drawings. I mean,
I
some of
agree.
his drawings are really badass. It's just,
Oh, well, that's a tricky one. Yeah. Yeah. But stuff like Unit 731 or
Yes.
well,
that's-
I mean, to be honest with
that's
you,
different.
nowadays, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Most Gen Z and millennials don't really give a damn about, like, for example, if you would do something like, even like something like the Dietrich Arterlake, the way he had
sale.
her.
Oh, that's frightening. Yeah.
That's pretty badass, or even
Yeah.
even the ghoul, or even pretty much. And any of the listeners are listening, Doug is a historian, but some of the stuff that he's presented to his listeners, it's not that it's out there, it's so unbelievably, it's so much detail that
And
think it's fake,
fantastical.
right?
Even
It's
if
so
it's
fantastical.
true. Yeah.
But it's so much detail, it cannot be fake, because there's just so much detail that anybody making it up, you can't just make stuff. You can't make up details the way he does. So my point is,
I agree.
he has a lot of great art. I've always praised his promotional banners on Facebook when he had one. Some of the stuff
It's outstanding. The trouble
was
is his
really
vow
excellent.
to his mother.
Well, we can find ways around that, but yeah, at this
Can
point
we?
in my
Because what are we waiting for?
at this point in my life,
know.
but by all means,
Fantastical. Again, your imagination is unquantifiable for sure.
Well, you're adorable.
One of my favorites illustrations he did is a rainbow war plan.
Yes.
Or Operation Rainbow, where you see the giant hand, grasping the rainbow. That's badass, in my opinion, because it's like you walk around with a T-shirt like that, people are gonna say, "What is that all about?"
What the hell? Yeah.
Is this some type of LGBT,
promotion?
And people associated with that, but it's a great conversation starter. It's
For
one of these
sure.
things where I told Doug numerous years ago that I was talking about, Chinese and Japanese history during World War II to a lot of these, Taiwanese agents from Cathay Pacific and, Chinese, and they're looking at me like, who the hell you been talking to? Like, what you're talking about stuff, Chiang Kai-shek and Yang Shikai and all these figures, historical figures, and it's coming out of me, and then look at me like, wow, all this historical stuff that I've heard my grandparents talk about, but it's a great way to break the ice, because some of this stuff is very polarizing, but at the same time, you have people walking around with MAGA, not knowing it's retarded. It's like it's one of these things where
well, and with them, we all got to agree with each other, but I was just reading somebody saying that with MAGA, all you got to do is put on the hat, and they don't care what you actually do in terms of morals and shit. All you have to do is to be in that club is put on your T-shirt, and you're like one of the family.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
I mean, that's a cult, right?
Yes,
that's a cult.
Course. That's cultic.
But they have their abortions when they need them, and what all the hell?
Oh fuck yeah. Yeah.
They do whatever they want, but they're rocking the hat.
Yeah.
So they got a blank check.
Disgusting. Yeah. And but
it made sense to me.
Yes, well, of course, that's the nature of cultism. And Sammy? Yes, I mean, obviously we're all kind of familiar with the turn that society has taken in that regard. Sammy might be involved with daddy duties again at the moment.
Yeah, now that I'm out of the shop, I can bitch.
Oh, there we are. So
someone says,
yes.
When someone says, I'm going to go have dinner.
Yeah.
And then the whole time I hear alien creatures that ferment their own bodies and their juices. It's like, dude, come on. Couldn't wait till I was done with dinner. Jeez.
No, right. No, I couldn't. It's just too.
That's what I was hearing. I was hearing that while people were eating.
Huddled up together, sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was horrifying. That was absolutely horrendous. That's why they smell like garbage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hot garbage. Yes. And
they're under San Francisco for sure.
Yeah.
Someplace tucked away.
Oh, we got all
for the assault.
Yes, we got.
I do not want to die by insect, man. I draw the line on that one.
Yes.
No.
Yes. You don't want to get attacked by a praying mantis being that eats your head.
That's bigger than me? No.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight one.
Human-sized mantis. Well, I showed Doug on YouTube now. There's people saying they're benevolent beings that will help humanity. It's like,
yes.
Really?
Yes.
Right.
That's right. They're propagandizing for them already. Oh, so what are you telling us, Brendan? You don't have to leave already, do you? Jesus, why are you in such need of sleep?
I had to do a palate cleanser. I had to go to Osaka to get Ryokan, which is
a shower.
Excuse me, it's called Yokan.
Yeah, okay. Different from yokai. Disambiguate that for our listeners.
I'm not eating freaking yokai jelly. No, it's this red bean paste jelly that you eat while you're having tea.
Yes. Delightful. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah. And so you just had that now.
It's very insect-like.
She says it's insect-like. What do you say to that? Oh my God.
With a little fork.
If insects taste like this, then I would eat them.
Yeah, you're in. Or something they extrude.
Oh my God, honey.
Where they get the stuff.
Oh, darling, where do you get these images? These images.
Will you help me?
Yeah, true.
Just eat honey.
Yes. Yeah. And
True.
we're definitely glad that you were able to join us at all tonight, Brendan. We couldn't have started the show without you.
I'm not.
Obviously, you're technical.
And all of that hullabaloo just for your show to explode.
Yes.
And then
Seriously.
I didn't even do anything. What did I do? Talk to you for like 3 seconds.
Well, without you, the show couldn't have started. It just, I don't know what to do at times like that. Seriously, it's one of those things.
Wait, what?
No.
What exploded?
What happened was that I had to tell everybody because I'm seeing the dentist at 8 a.m. in the morning. The show was going to be short, and then I have to.
Right.
So I was going to dedicate part of the opening hour to answering T-Tank's questions about the Hellstrom hives. And then what happened was while I, called a few people, Brendan and T-Tank and Sammy and Aristides, to let them know what was going on, just like I kind of gave you the heads up. Then as soon as we started the show, it wouldn't connect. It would, the live stream said it had an excellent connection, but it wasn't manifesting. The live stream wasn't manifesting. So I had to call Brendan, who had me reset the page, and it finally clicked. It's
very good. Oof, that was a near miss.
And then after that, someone, one thing we do know, the only other person that was on the call but wasn't participating was Realtek, but someone muted me. Then while I was talking, somebody on the call muted me because I got the notification you've been muted by someone on the call. So who knows? They do break into these calls.
It should have told you who did it.
It doesn't. Yeah, I wish it would, but it doesn't.
Yeah, is that like for the boss of the team to use? I mean, I can't mute you.
I get muted.
Yeah. Brendan just got muted.
Jeez.
Brendan just got muted. When he said he should have told you who, then he no, anybody on the call can mute anybody else. Isn't that stupid?
Is that right?
Yeah. Isn't that fucking
How big?
Yeah, I used to have to do it to Brooke back in the day, if you guys remember.
No, it's true.
And just let her keep going.
Yeah. He actually did that for me because I didn't have the
the strength.
Yeah, the strength to do that. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you, honey. I really couldn't have. Somebody had to say it. I just, so thank God for others, to just kind of act on my behalf at times. Because seriously, there's so many times I really have a problem standing up for myself, and really should do that more often. It sounds unbelievable, but it really is the case. I do my best, but I'm just too nice a guy. I'm just too fucking nice a guy.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Yeah, seriously.
Your greatest fault.
Yeah, it really is. Really is. I'm just too tolerant, too nice a guy. Stephen Myers, God love him out there. We'll try and satisfy a bit of his desire. He says, I want to know more about, the forces that are, behind our world. More like, he means like, the kind of crypto shit I used to go into. Not crypto coin, but, cryptids and paranormal.
I get it. Yeah.
I know, but people think of the kind of people we attracted for years discussing that, and what it led to, fucking Pete Moon and all the other crazies.
Yep.
Just sat here and raved for years. And they all wanted to know all the magical secrets. And
all the UFO people hated your guts and turned their backs.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, because
nobody wanted to know about Roswell.
No,
that happened early. Yeah,
that was quite early.
Yeah. And, that was always the case.
Yeah, that was always the case. And so, other than that, well, since you're only with us for a few minutes, Brendan, people do care about you as a person. How are you doing?
Well, horrible knowing Douglas exists. And then, like, when I was talking to Doug privately, it was like what Sammy always says, fucking Doug's always right for some fucking reason. And it's never for good shit. It's always for the most hideous, horrendous shit. Like, oh yeah, this guy was talking about on one of the Facebook comments, he was saying, I lived in Japan. And those women were all over me, but I fled for the Philippines. And then I go to his profile, and he's Semper Fidelis, and he's ugly as sin. So
Yeah, basically he got kicked out of Japan because he's leering
Yeah.
at all the women, and they said, "Get the fuck out!" And besides, he wasn't even in Japan; he was in Okinawa. So,
yeah, he was in Okinawa, of
yeah,
course.
yeah,
But they say Japan. They say
they always
Japan.
say Japan. Yeah,
Yeah. Which the irony is my original girlfriend, her father was deployed in Okinawa. And I
yes.
believe she said she was born in Japan. She was born on Okinawa, or at least lived there as a child.
That makes sense.
So that
Yeah.
was fascinating.
Yes. For those of you who don't know, the young lady in question was very likely born on the island of Okinawa or the Ryukyu's island chain, correct?
Most likely.
Yes, thank you.
Or
Yeah.
at least they moved there when they were very young.
Mhm.
Something like this, because they had grown up in Japan. That's what had initially intrigued me about these people.
Wow, that explains so much. So if she
Yeah.
really was
Yeah.
on, not that there's anything wrong with Okinawa or the Ryukyu's island chain, it's just a very different experience. But if there's a whole tragic situation with it, but that takes hours to go into, and or a few minutes summary. We don't need it. Do it right now. But if American children grow up in the main islands, the home islands of Japan, it usually is quite a profound experience. Victoria Lauren Hobbs was raised in Japan. She was born and raised in Japan.
What?
Yeah, I told you this
part?
before. I told you this before.
I know, but it's hard to envision.
I know.
Knowing that she's doing cannabis in the Midwest.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, though she's somewhere else now. I don't know where exactly, but she's working
Or
with
just in the boonies
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, she's working with cars a lot because it's life or death out there. They all live, using their cars to get everywhere. Without their cars, they're gonna fucking die. So she's like going through all these they're teaching her everything about cars, but wherever she's at, she's working in some car place. But she still has access to a gym, so it can't be too far out in the middle of nowhere. It's some kind of gymnasium affair. So there's some fitness center somewhere in town. But she definitely, her mother was a school teacher, and she was teaching English in Japan, or something in Japan, if not English. But I think it was English, or maybe history. Something. It was something. Maybe it was more than that, because she practically grew up homeschooled. Otherwise, she was like schooled by her mother in Japan and at home. But she wound up growing up in Japan for a good part of her childhood, and so that's fascinating. And it's but it affects people profoundly, and it made her a very different person than your average American. It's one reason why she was so open to the Third Reich, because in Japan, of course, they don't have that onus, they don't have that prejudice over there. They're quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. So
what prejudice of what?
Against the Third Reich. In Japan, they have no prejudice against the Third Reich. Yeah, so that's why she was so open to the Third Reich. She grew up in Japan. Yeah, and
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you grew up in the land of the victors. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That's right. Thank you. Yes.
And right now, as we speak, they have the biggest stock market. The Nikkei has gone higher than it's ever been, because the government fascistically intervened to rescue the currency.
Thank
and
you.
The yen is now strong, as back to its original level against the dollar, while our dollar's still falling.
There we
because
are.
of the fascist system. Like, there's no other way to put it.
Thank you. The fascist system works.
And it proves that it works because their stock market didn't crash. All those people that are against these
interventions,
government interventions, they'll say the stock market would implode because it's not laissez-faire enough for the stock market. It's like, that's not true. It's not true.
Thank you.
In fact, the stock market couldn't work without the government putting it on stilts, because it's just pure profit, and no services are generated. It's just profit.
Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But we don't need to go into economics.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it's fine to do so, because people do need to hear this and understand.
And it does seem like poly markets would be a real disruption in that.
Oh, of course. No, poly markets are horrible.
The government would the Japanese government has actually come and axed all of that.
Yes.
Those poly market, the
Kalshi,
the crypto, the Kalshi, all of that. They've actually heavily regulated crypto, pretty much out of existence. And look, they're their shit's fine.
Right.
Their government.
Oh
everyone's
yeah,
fine.
and will be.
You can live in Tokyo on like $1,000 a month salary
Yes.
and not be fucked. Yeah.
Yes.
Like
you
but
are
here
Well,
you have
That's
you have-
changed. Yeah. Wow. So they're
quadruple
trying.
the salary. Like when there you go.
Yes.
When I was working at grocery stores and shit, you can't survive off that. In Japan, you could survive off a service job.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's what it takes.
Yes.
If society doesn't do that, it's fucked.
Thank you. Thank you.
Period.
Well,
We're
speaking
good.
of fucked, so I'm going to show our dear Aristides, Holly, what I showed Brendan last night. If you
Oh,
take a look
God.
at this screen share, Holly, can you see the screen share? Let me know.
Again.
Okay, so as you can see, this is rather racy for its day. This is in 1933, and you can see one of the real assholes as one of the authors here, Clark Ashton Smith, a fucker who was like, supposed to be a friend of H.P. Lovecraft, but was really one of his big enemies. And so when you try and... what's that? Yeah, Brendan? He mentioned something. Yeah. But come back on with that, Brendan. Believe me, we always appreciate your...
No, finish this. Sorry, I didn't know I was off mute.
I'll
I'll explain it after. Hold on. Yeah.
Okay. So, honey, can you see this? Holly?
I
Aristides?
can. Yes.
Okay. Look at this. 1933. Wonder Stories for March 1933. They're advertising technocracy. And the magazine pushes it as an ideology. Wonders of Technocracy by the editor of the magazine, the man who publishes it, Hugo Gernsback himself. And look at this. A socialist looks at technocracy and communism. All this crap. But then the short story that promotes it, which makes it even worse, it comes right after. And it's the robot technocrat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Nathan Shatner, of all people, who's Jewish, of course. And it's the technocracy movement has proved one thing, and all factions in our country are admitting it, that we need the application of the same science to our government and economics that we use in building machines. Certainly now, as never, we need guidance. We need to know what the results of our actions will be in every sphere of life. The technocrats propose for this a series of charts showing the changes in various phases of our life. Then they believe they can predict what will happen in the future. This thrilling story, built around the technocracy idea, carries it further with some astonishing results. And yet, is it too far-fetched to say that the exciting events pictured by Mr. Shatner will never come to pass? Stranger things have already happened. Now, what's interesting here is when you take a look at their pushing technocracy, you can see what they're actually saying here. Technocracy wants to do away with our capitalistic order. So it was already anti-capitalist, 1933, and wishes to substitute, in lieu of money, certificates issued to each individual, giving him a part of the available energy. In other words, if the
AKA Bitcoin.
Thank you.
Amazingly prescient.
Yes, but remember what Peter Moon said? He said, I'm no longer a writer. A writer's trade in stock is information.
Yes.
But a Qigong master's trade in stock is energy. He was going along the same line, yeah.
Well, that was like...
He wants to give you some.
Fantasy. That was like Chi-Ball fantasy.
CGI Chi-Ball. Chi-Ball. Yeah. Dragon Ball Chi-Ball.
Yeah. Well, we can't insult Toriyama Sensei.
Thank you. Yeah, don't insult. Yeah, you're true. Yeah. In other words,
those were based off of like real Journey of the West to the West and all that.
Thank you.
But
true.
Pete was totally fabricated.
Yes, that's right. True enough. In other words, here's technocracy again. If the net energy available every day is 75 kilowatt hours per person, each person will be given in wages each day an energy certificate worth 75 kilowatt hours. This is like calorie expenditure, like your caloric expenditure, which will be spendable money.
Oh, and don't doubt that they won't factor that in.
Thank you. This is their data centers are based on this.
Yeah.
Hey, well, you can't have
Yes.
those kilowatt hours. We need those for our mega data center.
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's why that makes sense why they introduced the crypto coin, because it can actually divvy out that shit.
Thank
And
you.
they're going to turn out your lights at 10 o'clock so you'll get up in the morning.
Yeah. Why would they want you up in the morning? They don't need you at all. Why the fuck would they want
Oh,
you?
yeah, there's no job.
Yeah,
Right.
in other words,
don't they?
See, this
They'll
is
have
where
big rat treadmills. set
here's
up.
where Holly's so naive. Holly thinks they'll actually give you any light at all. I mean, Holly, how could you be so naive?
True.
You won't get any
True.
light. They'll say, buy yourself a fucking candle, motherfucker.
I guess so, because I don't have enough credits. God damn it.
Oh, man. Yeah.
But that's part of the plan.
Yes. So, this what does it say? This certificate will then be presumably exchangeable at banks, stores, or otherwise for necessities of life, etc. All goods would be priced in kilowatt hours of energy instead of dollars. The more energy available, net energy, of course, the more
You know
energy.
who else talks like that?
Who?
Is what do I call him? The guy.
There's so many of them. You
The
mean
guy-
some other asshole? Wait.
The guy with the orange hair or whatever.
Orange hair.
Well, and that's why these tech bros want to build these closed communities. So there's a company store, and you're out. You're off the grid
The apprentice
of the
guy.
financial.
Yeah,
You
Yeah.
talking about Trump talks like that? Wait a second.
Yes,
Hold
that's
on. Trump talks like, when you said orange hair, I thought you meant Bozo the Clown. You mean Trump talks like this?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. He was saying energy is the most important. Energy is the most important. 'cause
Yeah, wow.
All those technocrats were chatting him up. For
There
years.
we are. Thank you.
Whoa.
Now with what Holly said, Holly, what did you just say again about what they want to build in terms of new company towns? But Holly is
Yeah.
wrong. Here's where you've got it wrong, Holly. You don't understand these people. When these people are saying we want to build our own city, they're talking about a city exclusively for themselves, and they imagine
Yeah.
almost no other human beings there.
No.
They're thinking that their whole lives will be somehow serviced by AI or some kind
A
of
lot of it.
robotics. But there are
Most of it.
maybe some limited servants, but they're not really imagining a company town in the old sense, where there would be labor intensive. Get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because
I
that would
do.
be,
That's why
yeah,
I'm saying these
yeah.
are closed communities.
gated communities. They're basically super gated communities. but
Well,
they're
I
calling them
mean,
cities.
they're curated, like what Seal did in Honduras. You don't get in there without an invitation,
Mhm.
and you got to bring a lot of resources
Yeah.
and get off the banking system and all that all together.
Yeah.
Buy your house with your little island with crypto and blah blah blah.
But by the way, I like this. Take a look at this. Aristides, Brendan, Holly, Sammy, if you're with us, and I believe our dear friend T-Tank's probably on his way to Slumberland by now. But look at this. Naturally, under the technocratic system, everyone would not have absolutely the same income. Imagine that! Nice qualifier there, coming at the end, right? Yes, a man's income
Yeah.
it would be based not only on the energy available, but also on his individual needs. You see, Musk needs a lot more than you and I. Peter Thiel needs a lot more than you and I, because these are men of enterprise. These are men of creative output. They need to have infinitely more energy than, say, for instance, Holly. I mean, as far as Peter Thiel and Musk are concerned, Holly's like a useless eater.
Exactly. And there's 200 million of us.
Yes.
I'll bet you when they ask their AI, what do we do about overpopulation? The thing says,
Kill 'em.
reduce the population. Reduce the population.
Which brings us back to the machine. Here we are. The machine, as Brendan pointed
Yeah.
out, when they asked the machine, the technocrats, what do we do? And then suddenly there was a click and a queer mechanical voice filled the room. It had no human quality. It spoke in disconnected words and phrases.
Oh.
Power, terror, and destruction, the voice said. This is looked on as a positive. This is looked on as a positive. But you know who the villain is? This was in 1933, remember? But look who they proposed as the villain. They said, you forget, General, Corbyn said placatingly. They wore the uniform of the National Party, and Hitler's nibbling at our proposals. So they're already propagandizing against Hitler as the enemy.
Yeah.
So here we are. Damn silly of us too, Wingdale grumbled. This Kalmykov, Anton Kalmykov, a Russian. The old soldier's voice held forthright scorn. Discovered a way to save the world? More crazy panaceas of crack-brain enthusiasts. More likely he's in the pay of Michael Gelb, the communist. Corbin shook his head. Kalmykov is a great man, a genius. I knew him 20 years
The
ago.
Russians saved the day.
Yeah, the Russians saved the day in this story. I knew him 20-odd years ago as a comparatively young man. I was a student then, and he an instructor in mathematics. He would go far, it was predicted. He did. When he disappeared in 35, he was already the world's greatest mathematician. The new Schrödinger wave mechanics differentials were elementary to him. And then he goes on as, saying how great this Russian guy is. And then, of course, they go on talking about, the enemy.
Totally fictional.
Yeah, yes, when he's totally fictional. Yet the villain, of course. Oh, yeah, here we are. Young Rashtal interrupted eagerly. It's what I've been telling you, Mr. Corbin. There's a spy in our headquarters. Someone who saw Mr. Kalmykov's note and reported it to Hitler. Oh, Hugh Corbin's voice was suddenly haggard. He's been playing with me then. Then they come to the robot technocrat created by the Russian. You see, and then they say, they're asking the robot technocrat, what do we do to make, save the world and all that shit? And, but, one of the things that you notice, Adolf Hitler! Adolf Hitler! The name swelled on the nation's tongue to truly epic proportions of hate and bloodlust. Remember, this is 1933. Whoa. The guy just got in office.
Yeah.
For the leader of the Nationalist Party had escaped the general disaster. He had not been kidnapped. And then they go on with, finally, when they ask the machine at the end, here we are, the enemy's the fascists. The fascists' face was strained. Yeah, there was suddenly a click, a queer mechanical voice filled the room. It had no human quality. Yeah, leader, the voice intoned. Party follows power alone. Rule, terror, destruction, coward, afraid of assassins, break promises, regret nothing except girl. 20 years ago, she died. They're trying to talk about Hitler's niece. So they're actually talking about Hitler's niece when the Russian fixed him coldly. The man's a charlatan. How about Hitler, Kalmykov said finally. The record will be incomplete without his reactions. Then they go towards the end of the, Hitler fumed as failure was reported to him. You damned idiots! But then again, when they come to the very end and they say, when they ask the computer, the surviving leaders looked at each other, turned simultaneously and chorused, extends! The extremist leaders all dead. Their parties will die with them. Gerr, Beck, Wellman, and outside I saw Hitler. His dictatorship days are over. So they say, let's ask the computer. Then they opened up the computer. The Russian scientist smiled calmly. I never claimed it was a fortune-telling machine. It shows the result of the present state of facts in accordance with rigid mathematical laws. The state of facts has changed. That is all. So suppose we set it for the situation as it now stands. Kalmykov nodded. It would be wise before any commitments are made. Then they feed it to the computer, and then the computer says, Corbin! The soul leader. So the main character of the story becomes the dictator of Earth. Corbin, the soul leader. Click, the machine spoke. Parties, harmony, advisory council, reconstruction plan. Slow, click, years work, rebuilding civilization, machinery, setbacks, Europe, invasions, defeat it. So they're planning to invade Europe and defeat it. Plan proceeds. Efficient production, efficient distribution, 10 years, success. Mankind happy. Plenty of food, machines, servants, free people, glorious civilization. Click. This is what the Americans felt technocracy brought them with World War II. They honestly go back to this story, the robot technocrat. This was what the grandfather of Elon Musk, Haldeman, a Canadian, used to read to him. This is how Musk grew up a confirmed technocrat. They're all indoctrinated by this shit.
And Ayn Rand. But
Yeah.
that was some that awful Ayn Rand stuff, and oh my God.
Yes. Yes.
Doesn't
By the
make
way,
your
did
kid
I have the screen share
insane.
off? I apologize if I had the screen share off. Did I have the screen share off? Let me know whenever I do
I
that.
can't see it.
Well,
I'm
I turned it
No,
off.
that horrible shit was there.
Oh, okay. So it was all there. You saw, yeah, that was, yeah, there you go. Horrible shit. And this was 1933. Hitler had just gotten into power,
Yeah.
and they're writing short stories about invading Europe, defeating it, and that America would enter an age of prosperity. They all probably thought that prophecy was fulfilled. And now they think the time is to come to put in technocracy in earnest, which they themselves say is a form of machine communism. This is
Yes.
yes, and you all get a distribution of energy, just how much energy you need, but they need volumes of energy just to trade Bitcoin. They have to mine for Bitcoin, and that takes and they have to, their data centers, they'll consume all our energy and tell the rest of us we're not producing, so we don't get any. That's
right. That's it. There's the plan right there.
Yes. Well, that's why they have to
for 100 years.
Yes. What's
From
that,
the
Brendan?
30s.
Yes. Going
It's
back.
been around for 100 years.
Thank you. Thank
Mhm.
you. This is the horror of the age we're living in, and certainly, Aristides, if you have any input, by all means, share it with us. As an engineer yourself, Matt K.
By the way,
Yeah.
that thing I said earlier was, hold on, let me find the translation of it. It's called, it's not in English, so I'm not just crazily
Got
going off.
So this is what Matt K. 2277 said. He said, I sent the link to the book and YouTube retracted it. By the way, Aristides retracted one of his own messages, or YouTube did. That's weird. Aristides. Oh, you did. Okay.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a duplicate.
Okay, thank you. So that's what Matt K. 227 was saying. I sent the link to the book. Here it is again. Maybe YouTube took it out. If it is deleted again, I will email the link to the PDF book to you. Book is 277 pages. I downloaded it. And as I mentioned, my link is fast and bug-free. Emailed you the link for book and info. Cheers. Good luck with your new fang. Thank you so much for your efforts, Matt K. 2277. Appreciate that. Appreciate profoundly. I hope he saw my private messages. All the efforts by our man Aristides. He's got me covered. And Thumbslug, Marcus says hello again. So let's welcome Marcus from Australia. So we've been talking technocracy here, and it's been nightmarish. So Holly, of course, has been telling us this for years, and I've really come to Holly's side on this. And Aristides. So everything we've been saying about technocracy, how does all this strike you? Everything we've been giving you about the history of technocracy at this point. Please, your input by all means.
Well, that is a fascinating. Where are you getting that, or did you put the link?
I'll give it to you. Yeah, give me a second. I'll give you the link. Yeah, here we are.
My comment is, if they only hadn't screwed over people like Nikola Tesla, with this energy,
there you go.
economy, would that be? Would they have anything to hold over you then? Because
fascinating. That's right. So they fucked over Tesla so that they have control over energy scarcity.
To me, that's the root.
Wow.
The root conspiracy of all conspiracies, because you need energy to do anything, and if they can control that, then it goes on from there.
Excellent. So here's the link to Aristides in your private messages to that particular issue of Wonder Stories. There you go. And if anyone,
I remember seeing years ago in some free research outlet, printed his complete patents with plans for everything he ever built, and it was hefty to print out, 500-600 pages, and I never did, and I always regretted it, but that could be available.
Patents are public record.
Yeah, right. And this, whatever good noble outfit this was putting it up free for the world. So that may be something to ask the old search engine.
Yes. I'm sure I can find it.
Tesla's patents.
Let me here, just responding to our dear man Matt K before I respond to Marcus.
I think Reich was on the shit too.
Who, Dr. Wilhelm Reich? Dr. Wilhelm Reich? Tell us what you know about Dr. Wilhelm Reich, and tell us what you think.
Oh man, I used to remember more and study on him more, but he was involved with stuff that was quite pioneering, and I guess resulted in mixed results, and potentially personally harmful ones, in terms of marshaling this thing he called ozone.
Orgone, honey. Orgone.
Orgone, thank you. Thank you. See, it's been a long time.
No worries.
It's been a long time. But from the cloud buster to dematerializing shit, and his guidance on morality and sex made a certain amount of sense back in the day.
Yes.
I haven't studied on it for a long time, but he seemed to be a reasonably humble man.
Yes. I mean, kind of.
Kind of. He was no Edison, that's for sure.
Yeah.
God, that guy.
Yeah.
Fucking evil.
Let's put it this way.
Had 2,000 patents.
Oh yeah,
It's outstanding.
Well, he was stealing them all. He was stealing Edison. I mean, a lot of them. You know, it's not to.
Is that right? Yeah.
Not to deny his genius, but once you get to a point where you're running a corporation, everything becomes yours. You know, once you get, he's just taking all his workers' shit and just putting his name on it. So
that's right.
Yeah. And no, it was nightmares. Why do you think Tesla hated him? I mean, why do you think the two of them became blood enemies?
And why he crushed Tesla, going back to Aristides.
Yes. Well, he was one factor, but Aristides is
one factor.
A bigger question. If because Tesla was still around in the 30s, very much alive, very much around. Well, why weren't the technocrats pushing him? I mean, like, hey, Tesla's still alive. He's with us. Let's rally behind him. You'd
think. Yeah. And I guess there was a certain split. But nobody could help the guy in the thinking at the time.
Well, none of the technocrats were helping him. These are the bad guys. No. So, their idea was their entire economic model depends on energy scarcity, where, So obviously.
So I think that these technocrats want to behave what they dismiss as fascism.
Yes.
But only for them.
Well, in other words, it's a kind of apartheid communism where they're going to distribute among themselves in a capitalist politburo. They have basically a capitalist politburo in which there's wealth where they're making profit. But you heard what I said the other day, 10% of the households in America are now 50% of the economy. It's all of them,
They got it nailed.
Yeah.
Now they just gotta get a little elbow room and live their dream.
Yeah. That's their idea. And so they keep looking for some place
and wilderness around them.
Yeah. That's why they keep looking for places to resettle. Greenland,
exactly.
Costa Rica. Was it Costa Rica or Honduras that you showed us?
It was Honduras and now Argentina.
Yeah, you know why? Honduras is owned by Israel. Israel purchased Honduras outright and Costa Rica outright like 50 years ago. More like 20, 30 years ago. What happened was that of all the people in the world, all the nations in the world, for decades, the only two nations on earth that recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel were Honduras and Costa Rica. Those are the only two nations because the Israelis owned them outright. So that would be the perfect place for Peter Thiel and of course Elon Musk. And
remember, right then, Trump pardoned the drug dealing, trafficking president.
Yes.
Who we sentenced to 50 years in jail.
Yes. Was that of? Yeah, it was of Honduras, right? Not Costa Rica. Yeah. That was Honduras.
No.
Yeah.
So apparently, Thiel's little thing is the third such settlement that's been drumming away down there.
But like has been brought up, he also wants to go to Argentina, and but
I don't know that I don't know who's got the other two.
Yeah,
Billionaires that don't want to be in the spotlight.
Yes, but
you know, of the 2,000 or so billionaires in the world, you only hear about 10 of them.
Yes.
The fuck are the rest of them doing?
Yes. Now
that's what we have no idea.
But Javier Milei, who Peter Thiel wants to resettle in his country as well, Javier Milei, like Elon Musk, they've all gone to kneel before the Wailing Wall in yarmulkes. All of them. They've all they've been photographed kneeling in front. They're not AI. It's not AI images or image manipulation. In either case, it's very real. They've all gone to, and I think Peter Thiel is might be in that score, but he's definitely someone who is Zuid-Afrikaner. They're all white Zuid-Afrikaners, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. And they what happened was Peter Thiel's grandfather Haldeman was Canadian, and he was pulling that whole technocracy trip. And then when apartheid really began to clamp down in South Africa, then he moved the entire family to South Africa, and they all became South Afrikaner citizens. And they were there specifically for apartheid because
the oppression.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then he became, when he came here at that point, his family was no longer really welcome as Canadians, even though they had this kind of Canadian genealogy. They were welcome back only in a legal sense. And I think Canada's been working very hard to extricate them, to make certain that they can't come back in. But I don't know how far that's processed.
Did they get extremely rich in South Africa?
Yes, of course. Once they were in South Africa, they got involved with the diamond mines and everything. And that's when, aside from the grandfather, that's when the father began fucking his own children and producing children by them. That's, yeah. So then what happened was that Peter Thiel, of course, was not necessarily a product of that kind of union, but he's pretty damn close. They all look morbidly inbred. They all look bad. They consider themselves too elite to breed out. So, but
that thing.
Yeah. But there's a different disambiguation between nobility and what they're doing. Maybe Brendan can explain that if he's still on the call. So if Brendan's still on the call, maybe you can disambiguate that for us. But he's off the call. So he's off the call at this point. He had to go to sleep. They're all going to sleep early because they all have different biorhythms now. We were lucky for them to drop by, both T-Tank and Brendan, because of their new schedules. We want to thank Sammy Romero for participating. Certainly, Holly. So were you able to catch what I said at the beginning of the show about the Hellstrom hives?
I did. And I heard a bit of it last week.
Did you really? Oh, only a tiny bit. Yeah.
A tiny bit. Yeah. So I was glad when you returned to it.
Okay. And did you have any questions about that?
Oh, let me think about it. I did it at the time. Okay. So it's karst formation. That's limestone, right? That the chambers develop in.
Oh, no. Good call. Just for those of you who are not familiar with that term.
Or salt caverns.
Well, yeah. For those of you who are not familiar with the term, karst is it's a multi-use term in geology, and it is as our dear Holly said, it's almost exclusively limestone, and there's a formation of lacunae, or cavities, that lead to often massive subterranean, often flooded or subaquatic caves. And that's a totally different thing. When you also think of salt caverns, you're thinking of nuclear waste storage. So what Holly is thinking of as nuclear waste storage is often affiliated with salt caverns. Yucca Flats, Nevada, good example. But
and New Mexico.
Yeah, of course.
There's a big one in New Mexico.
That's right. And all of this is...
Some places they're spas.
Yeah, well, it's definitely... Yeah, some places these salt caverns are spas. Yes, that's right. Well, the Dead Sea itself is like a giant spa. The Dead Sea...
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know about Great Salt Lake in Utah, but definitely I do know that in Utah they're trying to set up a data center. So there's some kind of connection with all of that. But when it comes
Yes.
to here we are. This is what I was speaking of. So again, to
Okay.
explain to dear Holly, doing a screen share. So can you see the screen share, Holly?
Yeah. Just
Okay.
came up.
Okay. So when you take a look at this,
Whoa.
what I was speaking about is on the left side of the screen. What they were
Yeah.
doing in Nevada and some other areas is they create a borehole using a supermassive diamond-headed drill. And once they've drilled down to a certain area, say around, yay far beneath the surface of the earth, then in the borehole's endpoint, they can remove the drilling bore and then they replace it with either a cable or another bore head that's got a nuclear arm tip. So either they drop it in by
Yeah.
a line or they drop in a, this is off to the side, so it's not accurate. It's just meant for display. So that way
And that vitrifies the cave?
No. What they do is they blow the nuke, and what happens is there's no cave. It's solid earth. So the
Yeah,
nuke
but the
blowing
chamber.
creates
Okay.
the nuke blowing creates a perfectly spherical containment,
What?
a perfectly spherical
Damn.
lacunae. So artificial craft.
Because it's directed.
Well, it's a nuclear explosion that's equally distributing its disintegrative energy in all directions. So the limits of its explosion glass the environment around it, whatever the mineral is, but particularly sand or some other
Damn.
kind of mineral.
Vitrification.
Yeah, it becomes glassed. And then you have a kind of
Okay.
smooth bottle in the earth with a bottleneck that would be, again, these are off to the side just for visual purposes, but it would be directly into the center of the sphere, would be the borehole. So
that helped. Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
have the borehole would go directly into what is now an artificial glassed sphere under the earth that is smooth on all sides but highly radiated. Now, the idea was if they could get rid of the radiation, if they could decontaminate it, human beings could live in this environment in the event of a nuclear winter or climate catastrophe or volcanic eruptions like Yellowstone that wipe out the surface of America, something of that nature.
Yes.
But it would be a half-life of centuries, if not millennia. It simply isn't practical for humanity. So what they did instead was they used various breeds of plants. Now, all plants are photosynthetic. As primary energy producers. They observe solar radiation. As I pointed out, for people who are concerned about radiation from their cell phone, you get more radiation from eating a banana. The plants absorb radiation from the sun, but it doesn't mean it's unhealthy. They're primary energy
It's
producers.
like we all die at 70 or 80 from radiation sickness from our sun.
Yes, there is that. And
it's kind of a hostile sun.
Yes, that's correct. And that's why living underground would actually be an evolutionary step up. But in this case, it was a true descension, a step down. Because the radiation was not easily decontaminated, they instead put in plants that mutated and learned, instead of being photosynthetic, they became radiovorous, meaning that they learned to absorb the radiation or adapted to absorb the radiation from their environment. This created highly riotous mutated growth, a subterraria, like a supermassive terrarium. Now, terrariums can theoretically last for centuries. So long as they're not exposed directly to the sun, they can be exposed to solar radiation to a degree, cosmic rays to a degree. They've brought terrariums in space and they've survived. So you can imagine, a good example here, if I lower this and then look up terrarium. Let's see if I spell it right. There we go. Terrarium lasted generations brought to space.
God, you see those old ones in the hippie apartments in San Francisco, man. They're crusty.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a thing from the 70s.
Yes.
And they survive for so long, and they get green in there.
Yes. There we are. So there we are. Here's a good example. Imagine this under the earth, orders of magnitude larger.
Yeah.
So if you got this under the earth, orders of magnitude larger, this is the kind of riotous jungle growth in which the ghoul were then lowered to adapt, and then they evolved into this hive that is extant down below, living off of this riotous kind of jungle-like growth. Let me put that into the chat and the infinite call.
Oh, I hate to bring it up, but one of Elon's top 5 industry owning corporations is the Boring Company.
Yes, that's right.
The kind of tunnel digging equipment that like Bechtel used to run.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So God knows what that dude is drilling, because you don't hear much about it.
No, they never talk about that. No,
never. They talk about the Neuralink more than that.
Yes, no, but it has to do with exactly what we're speaking of. Yes.
God damn right.
Yes. So when it comes to what they were trying to use this kind of life form for, Holly, so this is the Russian idea of aerostats in the atmosphere of Venus. These kinds of cloud running on the gas of Venus itself, using that for airlift and propellants for motion, these kinds of floating city-states in the sky, whereas the colonization of Venus would be conducted by the kind of life forms that would tunnel, produced in the hives below. This primarily, this kind of creature.
So they would be the workers.
Yes, this would be the working caste. That this is what they look like in the norm. The labor caste down in these Hellstrom hives looks like this.
Okay, and not like that beetle that was carrying off the space woman.
Oh no, that was technocracy. That was
looked like a cyber dog. Okay.
Yeah, that was like their idea of a brain machine of some sort. No, they would look. Okay. These would be more like the thinkers. The thinkers would look more like this.
I see.
Very tall, with the very large insects. These are not pets. They don't process that way. They don't need pets because they're not individuals who feel lonely. The pets are, or not the pets. The insects that work
other humans,
are large because they're the average size of very large ocean crustaceans. So the insects can be made to grow that large, but that's the limit they can grow on Earth due to gravity and the lack of oxygen in our environment at this present geologic epoch. At times when our environment, which was much richer in oxygen, we lived in an age of giant insects. Yeah, because they absorb oxygen through the carapace. But you notice the articulation of the legs, almost kangaroo-like. This would be more or less what disambiguates the thinkers.
I see.
Yeah, and so heavy labor thinkers, of course, their heads would be more. But heavy laborers,
the master,
it would be more massive, as opposed to your common laborers who could be used to run machinery, of sorts. Yeah, and then if
skilled ones.
Yeah, more moderately skilled at least. But what you were looking at was what they proposed would be a warrior caste. So the warrior caste would be much more scorpionic in nature and appearance. So the warrior, that's what they felt, that if they ever swarmed the surface of the earth, then their articulation of their facial features, it would be like this. So that's the kind of modeling they've done. The hideous visage under the helmet, so to speak.
It's straight up Middle Earth too. Yeah. I mean, it stands on his shoulders. It stands on the shoulders.
Yes, that's
good old Tolkien.
Yes. He saw it all.
I don't understand why they're all competing to be Sauron.
Yes, they're obsessed with with the Mordor and the darkness. They want to be the manifestation of darkness on Earth.
Yeah,
and
that's their goal.
Absolutely. So very important point. And as I
but that's what they were calling in the 30s fascism.
Yeah, that's what they project onto my biological father Adolf Hitler, when they themselves are the ultimate embodiment of that which they decry. Yes, but it's not fascism. It's corpo-communism.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
And which is what you've got in communist China. It's communist corporatism. So
To this day, yeah, that's right.
And so when it comes to
And it sounds awful.
It is awful. I mean, communist China, like I said, America on its absolute worst day is orders of magnitude better than communist China on its best, but they're trying to make us into communist China.
I'd take Japan any day.
Yes,
if I had to pick. Who would you rather?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Yes, by all means. That motherfucker named Lee Kuan Yew, who used to be the prime minister of Singapore. He was Singapore's leader for years, and he's no longer the formal leader of Singapore, but he's now going around propagandizing on behalf of the communist Chinese against the Japanese. Believe that shit? He's all over YouTube. Saying, oh, Imperial Japan will rape us all and shit. Piece of shit. Yeah, but this is because all the communist Chinese are turning Singapore into their playground. They're all relocating down there so they don't have to live in their own shithole. But when it comes to the
I'll bet they're gentle tourists. Boy, can you imagine? God.
Yeah, I can't. So everybody, please let us know if we're receiving, because it says YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Let me know if that's the case. So
it hasn't done that for a while.
It does it every once in a while, but we started off bad. When I started off telling everybody tonight, you heard what happened.
Right.
It says we have poor linkage.
Be sure you're there.
Yeah. Yeah. Aristides, can you check to see if you're getting us? Aristides, let us know.
I hit like a speed bump right there, but it passed.
What? Okay.
Where? A lot?
Here, I'll show you the screen share. Yeah.
It's like
Let me
a
show you the
tiny
screen
bump.
Yeah, I'll show you the screen share, Aristides. So here's what the screen share says. It says the connection is poor, and it says error, YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffer.
It does this. It usually pulls through that. It's just having trouble keeping up the rate, but let me see.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it did. And it was just a one boop, and then fine.
Yeah. But obviously it's a weird night.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just having trouble doing the full bit rate, so I guess it'll like sacrifice quality, so most of us can't hear the difference.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that profoundly.
My ears aren't that good. I don't know.
Thank you. No, good man, Aristides.
Thank
you. His voice is great. He's got the voice for radio. I called him before the show, and his voice was intimidating. It was so deep. Yeah, Darth Vader quality. I don't know what the hell he was doing at the time.
Authoritative.
It's the smoking that does it. Smoking does that.
Right.
One of its many benefits.
Yes.
It's a lot of hard work, but don't give up.
Yes. There we are. Yes. That's right. Okay, so Thumbslug, Marcus in Australia says, we good on YouTube. Thank you so much, dear Marcus. Appreciate that profoundly.
All the way to Australia, huh?
Yes. And so he I'm gonna give him the elbows. Gonna give you the two clicking elbows, the two bumping elbows, Thumbslug. And so let's see if I can say thanks while doing that, because I'm giving him the forewarning on that, because remember that one time I sent the two bumping elbows to this one guy? I can't remember what the guy's name was, but he got all freaked out and said, "What's this you're sending me? Two butts bumping each other." I was like,
I haven't seen that emoji. That's complicated for such a tiny thing.
Yeah.
The guy didn't have his glasses on.
Yeah. I mean,
two butts.
Yeah. Let's do the screen share on that. I mean, here's the screen share.
I want that one. Yeah, send me that one.
Yeah, here we go. There we are. See that? Look at that. Thanks. Here's the two. It's the two elbows. But this guy was convinced it was two guys. I can see it. You can see it when.
Point the elbows. Point at him.
Yeah, here. I'm pointing at him. See that? See the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can see. You can see how someone could see that as two butts, like two people pulling their pants down and bumping their butts. But it's like,
you totally could.
Yeah, but like I told him, I said, dude, see a counselor about those intrusive thoughts. Again, this was not Marcus in Australia at all. This was somebody completely different. But it was
It
like,
totally looks like that.
yeah, but once you see it, you cannot unsee it. That's all you
You
will ever
can't.
see again is two butts bumping.
Poor guy.
Oh my God, he never came back. He never came back. At least not
You
open.
assaulted him.
Yeah, poor bastard. Yeah.
Oh,
But
oh.
it's like,
It's
imagine.
not that bad, I guess.
But still.
At first, I saw two boobs,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
Yeah.
My head's spinning.
Yeah, well, our minds tend to be in the gutter. It's amazing where our minds are. But yeah, we all tend to.
Butts are butts.
Yes.
Those are butts.
Yes. Yeah.
It's probably a secret lingo for some subculture or other.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt.
You marked yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. It just is. But
That's funny though.
yeah. So when you think about that, I should have showed that picture of the terrarium while the guys were here. But you know, I'll send that to
Another
them later.
green world.
Yeah, another green.
Called it.
Yeah, except it's it's not even. It's not the green you want to see. It's not the green you want to be in down there. No, but and again, they eat all their dead and their own waste products, so it's like no wonder they're all smell like wet hot garbage when they're encountered in Dulce at the breakouts and shit. So
they're probably hidden vents out in the desert somewhere.
It's well, they don't need them because of the terrariums. They extract unless they're tunneling, which has been, of course,
they're making their own atmosphere.
Yes, unless they're tunneling, meaning that they're expanding, which is entirely possible. Yeah. So that being said, like I told people, we're not on for too long tonight, but while we're here, let's make the most of it. Okay, so Thumbslug, Marcus in Australia says, laugh out loud, buddy, but 5. Yes, but buddy. Laugh out loud, but buddy, but 5. Yes, thank you. And, yes. Yeah.
Good one.
He has a good sense of humor about it.
Send him one. He might not have seen the screen share.
No, he's the guy I sent it to. He's the guy I sent it to.
Oh, funny. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yes. And
you didn't mean it.
Yeah. And so
it's a COVID thing.
Yeah, it all started with COVID. And so here we are. Give him the fist bump. Let's do the fist bump there. And so
as long as it doesn't look like a dick.
Yes, there we are. Well, I swear to God, there was like when it was Beaver's older brother had a daughter. And at some point, we had to go shopping for baby food when I was out with my gang brother doing Costco runs. And I swear to God, there's these little baby sausages. They made little sausages for babies.
Vienna sausages.
It was like that, but even more liquid-like, even more gelatinous because it's made for babies.
God.
Yeah. And I swear to God, they showed it in a baby fist. The little sausage. And I swear to God, it looked exactly like someone bopping their bologna. It was disgusting. It was disgusting.
Messed up. But I bet those babies love them.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they're all sugar and
meat. They're sugarized meat, some kind of sugarized meat.
Yeah.
Maybe the boring company. Marcus in Australia says maybe the boring company is to make underground highways for Middle Earth.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah, it's
hook up them communities. I don't know. Nobody knows. I mean, who knows?
You
used to hear a little when it was Bechtel, but nothing about that company.
Yeah, nothing with Elon. Yeah, here we go. And just adding to Thumbslug here. Good. So it gives me the and so let me give him the appropriate number of periods there. And with that, so everybody, I'll use my voice while I got it. This shouldn't take too long, but long enough. Good God, we got to 8:17 already. I'm going to ask dear Holly to hang on as long as she can stand it and just interject whenever you feel like it. Please, by all means.
Thank you.
Oh, one more thing for our man Aristides to find. Oh, don't mute yet. Aristides, I'm so sorry to keep bothering you. So, my dear man, is it possible for you to find this? Let me make certain to upload it for you. give you, so I'm going to upload this into the infinite call. So let me upload, see if I can do that. Upload from this device. Okay, we're in the right file. Okay, there we go. So click that, and then we're going to upload that, and then give me a second here while it does its thing. We press enter, and okay, so that is Elon Musk's son, but it's a post of it's a repost of a post by this individual. Here we are. This is the individual in question. Let me give this to you. So this will also be in the, there we go. May 30, it's the May 31st repost of May 30th disclosed TV post by this individual named Sid Steierhart. Not trying to promote this son of a bitch. They obviously have issues of their own. They themselves present themselves as transsexual or transgendered, but they're one of Musk's baby boys. So I guess if the femboys
the one that
are,
hates his guts.
I'm sorry, no,
Isn't that the one that hates his guts?
Viv hates his guts. Viv is his
Okay.
son turned daughter who hates his guts.
Yeah.
But anybody
Okay.
who's a child of Elon Musk should hate his guts. But yes. So I hope that's coherent, Aristides.
So isn't that her?
Yes.
What are you asking me to find? Because you have an image.
Yes, it's no, but I can't share that with the public. It's a
Oh.
JPEG.
Okay, all right.
So I'm looking for the link to the Sid Steierhart. See that at the top there, upper
Okay.
left-hand corner? Sid Steierhart.
Yeah.
It's a May 31st repost from Sid Steierhart, because we need his commentary of Disclosed TV's May 30th post. But I can't find it because I'm not, connected onto that solidly enough onto X. I've been banned from X because Elon Musk considers me one of Viv's allies. I mean, like, personally, I'm serious. He really does. And he's banned me from X, just like he's banned Viv. So at any rate, so it's at Sid Steierhart, but it's his May 31st repost of the May 30th Disclosed TV post. Because look at what this son of a pig bitch is saying. Now, take a look at Sid Steierhart. The first thing if you look at him, honey, like, let's see if we were to do a screen share here, and I were to show you. So our man Aristides found good. Can you put that in the live in the what do you call that chat? If you could put that in the chat, that'd be great. You found it. You found it. Okay, I'll put that in the chat. Thank you, my main man. See, he can do that. I couldn't do that. Yeah, see, it's our man has the. Yeah.
Seen it on X.
It's Brendan. It's Brendan's back. Brendan, what are you doing back? You're a glutton for punishment. You must be a masochist.
I said true.
Yeah.
True.
No, you said because you're burnt. You said because you're fucking burnt. That's what you said.
I said you're burnt. You're burnt.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm burnt. Yes, I get it. I get it.
Like, you think using Twitter is like some kind of skill?
No, I swear to God, I've been banned from X by Elon Musk. I got the notification for it.
Well, listen to what you say about him. I'd ban you too if I had the chance.
Actually, this was before I opened my mouth about him. It was back in the day because, anyhow, he must have heard of me through the community. He thinks I'm one of the woke people who infested his son, who somehow convinced his son to, do the thing.
Yeah, I
want the left to have total instrumental control over the construction of Skynet. That's what I want.
Yes. Yes, this idiot says all this like it's bad. Yeah. But let me show you what the fucker looks like. Let's go to Sid Steierhart and take a look at this shit. And look at this. So I'm going to do a screen share. So I'm going to do a screen share here. Okay. And if I can figure out how to do it again. Where the fuck is it? Let me see. We're on the infinite call. Where's the capacity to do screen share?
My chat's all fucked up now. Okay, no, it's cool.
They fucked up mine now. Now I can't do the screen share. Believe that shit? Yeah.
It's an arrow in a box. It's an arrow in a box.
Arrow in a box. If I could do the screen share, I could show you that I'm not getting it.
Click the dots. Click the 3 dots.
Oh, click the 3 dots. Okay. Click the. No, it's
should
not
be
giving me
hidden.
the option.
It's probably
It's
hidden.
not giving me the option. So
That's not.
yeah, it fucked up
Yeah.
somewhere along. Oh, maybe if I did this. Okay, there we are. Now I've got to do the arrow in the box. There we go. Okay, so there we
There you
go. Now let's see if I can reach it. Shut this down, and then obviously once I do screen share, now it all went to the side. How do I? Oh, you can move this. You can move this. I never knew you could move this. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's. Why didn't you tell me?
We learn something new every day. Because
Yeah.
it just would complicate things, because then
Yeah.
you would say everything's missing.
Yeah, so this is Sid Steierhart. This is Sid Steierhart. He's obviously a trans.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say, so he's one of them.
He's a trans
That-
who hates trans people and
Oh
loves
boy.
Makes sense.
Elon Musk. He loves Elon Musk. So if we go over to what
So why is he loving Vivian?
he hates Vivian. He hates.
Oh, he
Oh, it's a
hates it.
jealousy. It's like a jealousy, yeah.
Yeah.
Because she could speak out, and
I didn't get that from the previous shot. But
Okay. Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah. No worries. So
But do you notice the techno helmet?
Yes, he's got
So
the techno. So
they're
if we,
techno cultists.
but this is how he
Yeah.
looks like without the eye patch. So look at this shit. So okay, here's
So
Wiki.
he calls himself a guy.
Yes,
but
he
he looks
identifies
like
as
that.
a man, but look at him. He identifies as a man.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, and is saying how evil the libs are and how great Elon Musk is. You know what I think? I think Elon Musk is fucking this boy, and that
Oh.
that.
Well,
Well,
at least he's not trying to
the thing
compete
I
in men's
noticed
sports.
is, do you notice the techno,
Yeah,
you know,
he's turned
the
into a
headset?
cyborg. He's practically a cyborg.
the cyber, what would we call it? The cyborg fashion.
Yes,
That's the same stuff his mother was posting.
there you go.
Oh, that's
okay.
not carpet screwed into his head?
Yeah. Whose mother was posting? Elon Musk's?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
there we
she
are.
was
Oh,
putting stuff
lately?
like that.
Really?
No, that's like her shtick, that she was like an artist or something.
Interesting.
But it was always techno like that, where there was
Oh,
like
yeah,
techno
okay.
eye patches and
Yeah.
tubes coming out of the
Got
brains. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fashion, yeah.
Yes. So, but anyhow, and obviously there's some alteration going on.
And do you
here.
notice the eye patch, Doug? Where that eye patch is from?
Oh God, some anime, right? Is that?
Kuroshijutsu.
Oh yes.
Black Butler.
Seal. It's Seal Phantom
Yeah.
Hive. Seal Phantom
Yeah,
Hive.
it's the same design. It's like a period correct eye patch, or like a medical eye patch.
Interesting. So that's what. Oh, that motherfucker. Remember he was stealing. Which girl did he steal? Elon Musk, when he made his own waifu. He made his waifu, and it was based on.
Oh, from the girl that died from, not Bleach.
Yeah.
One Death Note.
What?
Death Note. Yes, there we are. Yes, the Death Note
Yeah.
girl. What?
He looks like he puked on his suit
Yes. That you notice that. So here's what that is.
and bled on it.
Yeah, no, what it's got is paint. It's supposed to be paint, like multicolored, but it's kind of
Mhm.
like their idea of like camouflage. Like I'm in a suit, but I'm in some kind of camo, but it's really a kind of artistic pattern. Here you see like Japanese mountains and flowers. And then once you see it's a Japanese pattern kind of suit that nobody would wear in business, it would have to be an artist. But then over here, it's turned into more, they've stylized it more here, so it's more like camouflage. But either way, the person is obviously very effeminate, but they're speaking out against. So you when you reread it, and thanks so much, Aristides, for finding it. Thank you so much, Aristides, for finding it. So when you reread it, here's what the fucker says. And first off,
right, like those are all bad things.
Yes.
Got it.
So he's showing Vivian.
Oh, I thought he was on her side. You can see where I would do that, right?
Right. Now
Thank
you notice what she's wearing. Love is gay. Love is loud.
He's saying this in
As a negative.
like as a support. As a support.
No, as a support for Elon, not to Vivian.
Douglas is saying this is satiric.
This person is saying, if it wasn't for that person, the son, then we would have the libs in charge. That's what he's
Yes.
saying.
Yes.
So
He's supporting
that means
Elon. He's supporting Elon.
And that
How?
and he
No,
thinks
no.
that's a bad thing.
Yeah,
Like
no,
Spencer
he's not,
Pratt.
because-
No.
because he's a
You don't get
Trumpy.
it.
He's a Trumpy.
You don't understand. Elon.
He's just against the
No.
daughter. He's just,
The only reason I know about this post is because Elon said himself he sponsored this post. So understand, Elon
well,
hates his
he
daughter.
replied to it. He
Yeah,
replied,
to it.
said
True. He said
Yeah.
true. Yes. Remember, here's what Sid Steyerhart is saying. So you have to take it in this tone. Sid Steyerhart is saying, we should never forget that if not for Vivian, meaning that she's at fault, Elon Musk never would have gotten involved, never would have purchased Twitter. Kamala Harris would be president because Elon would not have put all his money into supporting Trump. And the left wing would have total instrumental control over the construction of Skynet. So he's saying that it would be this inverted, impossible to live in, uninhabitable world if it were not for Viv forcing her daddy to get politically proactive. That's what he's saying.
Right.
Because he's supporting Elon Musk. And Elon Musk responded, true, and then responded further, but I'll get into that. But so what this trans guy is saying is how good Elon is, and he's published.
Maybe I'm just filtering it because of the way he looks.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm just
he's
assuming
like
that
Totally
he's
Billy
super lit.
Eilish with a
no,
headset.
he's the total opposite, and he's supported by Elon because he's published by Elon. In other words, Elon has said, I'm sponsoring him on X. So Sid Steyerhart is on X as sponsored by Elon Musk. He's literally a propagandist for Elon Musk. But Elon Musk has paid a trans to turn on other trans. Do you get what I'm saying? This is what they do.
I mean, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what they do.
They set him up as a potential Joker assassins too.
And so that's what and here's Sid Steyerhart again. Look, here we are. Look at Sid Steyerhart in his natural form. Sid Steyerhart.
Natural.
His natural form. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he looks more like the daughter now than in his back pictures.
That
would be his sister.
You would think. Yeah. But Sydney Hart
he looks like her.
Yeah, there we are. That's his sister.
Or used to
you're right.
now, but
Account
now.
Sid Steyerhart.
I mean then.
Yes. So
Jesus, what did he do?
So Sid Steyerhart went through transition, had a sex change. So
and a lot younger.
Yes. And but at any rate, this is what we're dealing with. If you pay somebody enough, they'll.
That's a different chick. That's an actual chick.
Yeah, thank you. But
so is this trans on trans violence?
Well, what it could be,
they're just sellouts.
It's been speculated that this.
I meant that sarcastically.
Yeah, that this was the actual chick before transition, or that this was the actual chick going through transition, because Sydney Hart or Sydney Hart music is what Sydney Steyerhart is supposed to be before transition, and Sydney Steyerhart thereafter becomes a political commentator because the music didn't work out, something of that nature. So that's been some of the speculation.
He must come from money.
Yeah,
to dabble like that.
Well, of course, that goes without saying. And
for sure.
But at any rate, so before I dive into all of this and get really vicious and start really hammering away and sucking all the oxygen out of the room, how about yourself, Brendan? How are you? People care about you as a person. You came back to us because you obviously love suffering. You obviously.
He's doing his duty.
Yes.
Well, I just came back to bitch that you cut me off when I was trying to talk about the Hong Kong medicine bottle that I got.
I didn't cut you off. You dropped out of the call. You dropped out of the call.
It was the machine.
Yeah. Were you muted for a while? You got muted for a while, but it wasn't me that muted you, right? Isn't that what happened?
He felt kind of abandoned, actually.
Someone did.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah.
I was like in the middle of looking for the English name of it, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, well, you're back now, so tell us everything you want. Take your time. Tell us everything you want. Yeah. and he's got to.
Well, I have to find it again.
Okay.
I have to find it again.
Well, go ahead, find it. I mean, he's eating again because he puked out everything while he was listening to me talk about Hellstrom
with
High.
the insects.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the worst. That was the worst. Imagine like a bustling restaurant with people chit
Oh
chatting.
shit!
Slimy fucking
Yeah.
aliens that are digesting themselves. It was
Live underground.
It was fucking horrific.
Yeah.
Oh.
They hear him in the night,
Yes.
scratching on the kitchen floor.
Oh,
Yeah.
delightful. And again, thank you so much, Aristides, for finding that. You are the man, the source. He can find anything, really can. When it comes to that time that I was assailing you with all that, were you able to see the images, Brendan?
No.
Oh.
That's why when you came back and said, "Oh, you must have saw it," I didn't see it. Thank
Oh,
God.
well, I'll show them to you now then.
No.
They're not that bad, except for the beetle lady.
Oh.
Well, anyways, I found the name of this thing,
Okay.
and there's some horrendous detail about it.
What
Okay.
thing?
So it's a Hong Kong herbal medicine from back in the day.
Ah.
Hey, Doug, your mother probably had this shit. It was called Hin Pak Yao,
Okay.
white flower remedy. It's basically like this oil
Yeah.
that you put on bruises and cuts and fucked up backs.
Well.
Sounds good.
And on the packaging it says, it used to say made in Hong Kong.
Mhm.
Now it says made in China, Hong Kong.
Oh God.
It's like, really?
That's
really?
awful.
They couldn't even give them that. It's like, what the hell?
Oh,
So
Yeah.
weird.
No, they're horrific. They've got to steal everything and just turn it into something horrible.
and the company had to do it just to get it on the container ship
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
and get out of port. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably to cover the tariffs that were getting slapped on it.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And so I don't consciously remember it, but I'm certain my mother had things like it.
If you saw the bottle, you would see. You would know.
Probably.
It's like in a white box, and it's got Chinese shit on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Got
if you
it.
saw it, you would know.
Okay. Yeah. Probably.
Very, very common with Chinese people.
Yeah. And you were bringing this up because you're
Or maybe the gangsters had it or something.
True. I mean, there was always that. That's true too. So are you recommending this for a lot of our listeners who might be in pain, or
Did it help?
Yeah, it works great. It's strong.
Okay,
Sounds
cool.
Nice.
Wow. Damn. So got to get some of that stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, but I had to go to Japan to get it, so good luck.
Yeah. True.
We got arnica this side of the pond.
Yeah, I use arnica. That's like my daily drive is arnica.
Yeah. All right.
It
Yeah,
helps prevent
believe in it.
arthritis and your.
Do you take it internally?
From all this evil work that I'm doing.
Do you take it
No,
internally
I
or
take arnica
just
externally.
outside? Yeah, okay.
No,
I'm asking.
You can only take it internally if it's homeopathic.
There we
Yeah.
go.
It's toxic.
Ooh.
Don't drink arnica.
Yes. Excellent point.
But
But
it gets to your deep
if
pain.
You apply it as a liniment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's
And
the
it
best.
gets in there?
It's the best for pain. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So it's amazing. It's the best.
So
I got pain.
So Marcus in Australia says, no, but Reddit is the machines. Laugh out loud. I'm not quite sure. I believe he's referring to what we were speaking of earlier with the boring company.
I think more the big machine, the AI machine.
Okay. Or maybe
The-
when you
the
brought
data
up
center driven.
maybe you brought up when you said the brain doggy running away with its tentacle with its with its tentacles around some poor lady.
Yeah,
Thought you
I
meant
think-
that.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
It looks like a cyber dog now, except with that
Yeah.
beetle-like shell on top.
Yes. You're describing it so well. You sound as if you have the image in front of you.
With the disjointed joints.
Yes.
It
that's amazing.
the backward joints. No, it branded me.
Oh, there we are. That's
It'd be a good
that's funny.
T-shirt.
So let's brand Brendan. So Brendan, can you see the screen share? So this Brendan would be like
maybe,
the
but
worker class.
I gotta go soon. Yeah. Oh yeah. There we go.
There we are. That's to be the worker
Yeah.
class in the terrariums. And
Yeah. This is the Dulce shit that
Yes.
zap people.
yeah, yes. No, but they show it differently. They just make them look like grays. They just make them look like grays, but this is more
Yeah,
accurate.
like tall grays. They said they were ripped. They were like tall, ripped
Yeah,
grays.
that's just stupid. They're more like this.
Right.
This,
Right.
yeah,
Sells comic books.
yeah, yeah. I mean, why would they need muscles like ripped? I mean, why would you need to look like Lou Ferrigno? You know, that's so fucking stupid. Yeah,
Because they were evil grays. They
yeah.
were
Whereas
grays.
no,
Got a
when they do
rack.
really heavy
A
labor,
six-pack.
they'd be more like this. Really heavy labor is more like this, along these lines.
Okay.
So that's
So they're like orcs. They're
yeah,
like orcs.
pretty much, or
Hideous.
can
With
be.
a cod piece or a carapace over the.
Carapace. Whereas the thinkers are more along these lines. So here we are with the thinkers. If we take a look at that, Jesus, if I can ever get it just right, where I can get the head into view, and maybe that would require my going over to this area. Here we go. The thinkers. The thinkers would be more like articulated legs, almost like a kangaroo. So if we were to go down by just to see their legs, notice the articulation of the legs. And whereas the insects are
They've
not.
got two joints.
Yes, two jointed
There's
legs.
the knee and another one. Wow,
That's so when they stand at full height, they are something like 12 feet
Wow.
tall. When they stand full height, they're like 12 feet tall. The thinkers.
That means they're attacking.
These
Yeah.
things look kind of reptilian.
Yeah. Oh, there's an element of that. Yeah.
Hey.
But the large insects.
What was their original genetic stock quality?
Ghouls.
Yeah.
Mandius ghoulis.
Oh, ghouls.
Yeah, ghoul
That
man.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Underdeveloped hands.
But the warrior caste, which is extraordinarily rare, but they feel someday may be more common, the warrior caste would be more along these lines, would be scorpionic. So basically scorpionic in nature, and without the carapace, the facial features would be truly grotesque. Here we are, the as I said before.
Is this your D&D campaign or what?
It's funny you say that.
Yeah.
D&D, it was inspired by much of this because this was developed in the 50s. The hideous visage under the helmet. Here we are. Yeah, wait, let's see D&D to get this serious. Yeah.
So it's like the Predator. Yeah, it's like, oh shit. Yeah.
Well, like a genuine insect, multiple eyes. Predator doesn't do multiple eyes because they have a man in a mask. No, but because these are genuinely insectivorous, there's multiple eyes. That means a full range of vision. Yes, a formidable opponent. So the idea is that if they're swarming the surface world, then they would start breeding more of these warrior types that would be along these lines. But yeah. So there you go. I was able to finally show Brendan so I could further ruin his appetite, give him more wonderful.
That's fucking hideous.
Yeah. You're welcome. Oh, hey, by the way, you'll be proud of me.
Why do you guys like talking about this shit?
Hey, you're the one who keeps saying, when are you going to talk about cryptids? You're the one who keeps saying, when am I going to go back to talking about something other than geopolitics? I can never make you happy.
Look, you got to be careful what you wish for, I guess.
By the way, you'd be proud of me, Brendan. I used my food stamps today, my SNAP card, to buy lentils. Nice lentil, with some kind of.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, thank you. Used that. No lentils, and I forgot what else is in it, but a lot of
like a snack.
I'll read it to you later. Crinkly little vegetable. I don't, it's got names I've never heard before, but it's some kind of vegetable stuff. It doesn't say chicken, but I swear to God, I think there's little chicken cubits in there, but it doesn't say chicken, so it must be tofu or some kind of flavored veg, I would presume. Otherwise it would have to say chicken.
Probably healthy, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And
Soylent cubes.
Yeah. Other than
they
that,
don't have to ask you anymore.
Better than what Brooke pulled. She didn't even go to the lentils. She was like,
oh, so sad. So sad. Yes, that's right. Yes. Oh, I hope she's okay. Hopefully she's doing well. Other than that, you've had what do you want to talk about Sacramento? That guy caught in Sacramento? At their airport. Oh my God! Do you want to discuss that?
The plot thickened. Did I send you the follow-up?
No, tell me.
Oh, really? I could have sworn I sent it.
Maybe
Let
you
me see if I
did.
can
Maybe
pull it
you
up.
did.
Because
Further, they found out a bit more about him. Oh, he was heading towards Carolina. He was heading towards Carolina.
but he had some crazy African name or something. Let me
Oh,
see if I
did he
can find
really?
it so I
No.
can
See,
quote it.
that I did not know. That I did not know. And,
Hold on, it's loading.
Yeah.
Oh, and I sent you Steve Aoki. Can you believe that? He's peddling vitamins
Yes.
when he's a multimillionaire, almost a billionaire.
What is he rich doing? What does he do? Steve
His
Aoki?
his family owned the Benihana franchise.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So he was born into millions.
Yeah.
And then they were Japanese, of course.
Ethnically,
And
they were very American
Yeah.
acculturated.
No, I
actually,
think the father or someone was like pretty Japanese, but
Okay,
they
yeah.
made
Yeah.
but they came here and like just
Yeah.
Took advantage of the system, took a lot, made a lot of money through
Yeah. They
businesses.
took advantage of American
And-
ignorance of Japanese culture and catered to the
Yeah.
American gimmickry. Yeah, they catered to gimmickry.
Yeah, they like flipping
flipping the
shrimps at them in their face and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, go like they're seals. Treat Americans like they're seals. Yeah, flip it into
Yeah,
their
it
mouth.
worked.
Yeah,
Fucking worked.
there you go. Yes.
And so I guess he didn't have to work, so he just went touring.
Yeah.
He said in that ad, he said, "I toured the world for 20 years playing," and it's like no offense to anyone who likes his music, but it's the shit. It's the shittiest electronic music, and his shtick was throwing cake at people. That was like what made him famous. And so people loved him. They said, "Oh, Steve Aoki's the best. He's one of the foundations of electronic music, like Deadmau5 and shit," which is not true, because Deadmau5 like actually was like an electronical engineer and like made a lot of the synthesizers and the computer interfaces.
Got it. Yes.
Yeah.
Like
he was one of the people that designed
the machine. The
machines to make the music. Yeah. But this Steve Aoki guy, I mean, he just was, just born rich and just started going out there doing whatever he wanted
to do.
And then he has the nerve to make, I guess he's broke now or something. Yeah. And he goes out and says, "I've been touring for 20 years, but I want to stay healthy." And he looks worse than you.
Yeah.
He's younger than you by years.
I love
and
it.
He looks like shit. Did you see him? Did you see?
Yeah.
It's like, God damn, dude. Like doing all that Molly and fucking ecstasy didn't help him at all. It fucked him up.
And he's saying, "I'm 49." Like, can you believe it? Can you believe I'm 49? Yeah.
No, he looked like he's 70.
Yeah, actually, you look like you're 60. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking A, man.
Isn't his dad or his mom somebody famous in the industry?
They own Benihana. That restaurant chain.
Yeah, but I mean in the entertainment industry, because there's a supermodel, Aoka. And I forget who her dad was.
No, the whole family has connections in LA. That's why he had nothing but money growing up. Yeah.
Super duper. But somebody was a real big, popular guy. You'd know his name. Like, I almost want to say, no, I forget his name, but the old black guy.
Yeah. And yes, he's a train wreck. And he's telling people about how I stay young. And here's the secret to immortality. He's basically saying immortality. He's literally talking about life extension.
It's just some shitty vitamin.
Thank you.
Vitamin supplement.
Thank you.
I didn't even get to the end of the ad to see what it was. It was just like, dude, how could you have run out of all that money?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
man.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, to the point where you've got to peddle this shit. That's pretty fucking
bad. That's a lot of sushi, boy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's like unicorn sushi every night.
Okay, this is the ad copy. "I'm 48. I've toured since I was 15. 33 years on the road. I spent millions of dollars on my health. I've sat with some of the best. I sat with some of the best longevity experts. Here's what I learned."
Oh God!
Some bullshit about
sleep.
blood
that's
tests.
all you learned.
Yeah. "I don't want to vibe. I want numbers. I want metrics. I want data. That's why I
and he
do
says people can't
superpower.
afford it. He says people can't
Yeah.
afford this data. He said this data would cost you
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands of dollars more than you could ever
So instead,
afford.
buy this shit. Yeah. One single blood draw, hundreds of biomarkers, a dashboard where I can read protocols. It's like, dude, why are you peddling this shit?
No, what's so weird is what he's saying is your doctor only does one blood draw, but he says he's paid for all these biomarkers as opposed to just one, instead of just going to a general prac for a blood draw and just a spectrum blood test, he says he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for all these genetic level chromosomal biomarkers is what he's claiming to get to the point where he's peddling you this shit in a bottle. So
And so this is like ridiculous because now all these health nuts, they want these extraneous blood tests because they want to test for like, all the metals and all the shit and all the vitamins. So and when they go to their doctor, even if they have like the best insurance, the doctor's like, look, you're healthy, you're just going, this is too much. Right.
That's right.
For the insurance, first of all, the insurance isn't going to cover it, and there's no point in me charging you, market rate to do all these tests. So the doctors just shoo them off. And so they say, oh, modern medicine is evil. They won't do all these tests. They won't authorize these essential tests, which they're not essential. These companies have come in and they said, look, we'll just give these people what they want. They pay us, $500 to $1,000.
Oh yeah.
And we'll just do one and done, which is not how testing works. You don't do one and done.
No.
Because it all fluctuates, and you need, like he was saying, you need data points over, a whole team of people doing data points. But he's trying to push this superpower thing as it's a one and done. You get your blood sample done. But it didn't help him. Whatever the fuck didn't help him.
I love it.
Like, and also what's crazy is like, if people with no medical education, they see a blood test, what are they going to do with that? Like, other than like simple things, like maybe your, like if your lead levels are up or something, then people say, oh, that's what's wrong with me. It's like a placebo. It's like the new super placebo. They see something, they say, oh, look, something's in the red, and then they start tweaking. And that's why I've been feeling like shit. And it has nothing to do with their bad lifestyle or bad diet.
Like his touring, and throwing cakes at people while God knows what else he's engaging in.
On hella drugs.
On hella drugs.
Meth. Or sorry, it's above meth. What is it? It's like the pure shit. Molly.
Oh shit.
So he says, listen to the people in the comments. That's a lot of buttons to press, bro. You must be exhausted. Yeah, definitely made from father's wealth. Bro, I think Steve Aoki's AI.
Oh man. That's
Dang, bro, you're still able to throw cake at people?
He doesn't have a very enthusiastic
You know what's
response.
wild? Listen to this, girl. You know what's wild? A meth head came at me with the same spiel.
I love it. What a loser.
Yeah, this is giving Theranos vibes. Basically, it's a scam.
It's Theranos, the death company that had the one drop blood with that chick in charge.
Yeah. So they're saying the same shit. We'll send in one sample and we'll give you we'll open heaven's gates for you and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, here's someone else managing those STDs well. I see.
Oh, delightful. That's
whatever he's spewing, and you look at him and you're like, dude, 49, dude, you look right. He looks tired. Like, he looks fucked up.
Put it in the chat, man. I got to get a look at this guy.
Yes.
Oh, just look up Steve Aoki. Let me see if I can find him.
But if you can find the exact one where he's pushing the shit,
don't worry.
That'd be.
Oh, I could just forward this.
Yeah, forward that, and then tell us about the developments about this weird guy in Sacramento, California, capital.
I couldn't find the article. There was a follow-up article that, like, explained like where he was from and all this shit.
Yeah. Okay. And by the
Who
way,
was the weird guy?
yeah, no, Holly, it's in the text box now. So if you look in the text box of Infinite Call, you should be able to find the Steve Aoki link. But what we're talking about otherwise is somebody was trying to leave the Sacramento airport for South Carolina. Well, basically the borderline of South Carolina. So going from like, the world of you and I, Holly, to the world of Brooke Gibson. So it's so tell us, Brendan, whatever else you want to share about that, or whatever you feel comfortable sharing. Obviously,
I'm
it's
looking
highly
for it.
suspect.
They're claiming he was from California, but I don't know. But
Yeah.
it says a
But what
man
did he do?
is arrested and facing federal charges after an explosive device was found on his carry-on.
Yeah.
His name was Kimani Oseyande Jones, age
Jesus.
49, detained at Sacramento International, going through security checkpoint with a scarf covering his face, latex gloves, multiple explosive devices, including bomb.
Wow.
Like they look like dynamite sticks, torch lighters for lighting this improvised explosive, knives, scissors, zip ties, aerosol
Good
cans,
Lord.
Yeah, ready to abduct people. Ready to abduct people.
5 cell phones, each of which had 15-minute timers. And one of them had a message from an unidentified number stating, "We are awaiting your call," according to the affidavit. Can you imagine that?
So was he must have been intending. He must have been intending to get caught.
It says bomb technicians removed the devices and found them to be viable and energetic. Oh, God damn.
I like that
and
term.
TSA said if they were detonated midair on a window, it would potentially damage the aircraft in a loss of cabin pressure incident. He's federally charged with unlawful possession of explosive materials. Yeah. Oh, it's showing the photos. This is horrendous, dude. Oh my. It's like a bag of evil. It's like anarchist cookbook in a bag.
Yeah, that's.
He just walked in there.
And he walks up onto the desk.
It says he was being loaded and screened for an American Airlines flight headed to Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Well, he just crossed the border into, our lady Brooks territory.
It says Jones had a history of being paranoid, in quotes.
Wow.
Well, he's got a lot more reason to be paranoid now, but
yeah.
Oh yeah. He previously reached out to the FBI tip line 13 times in a year.
Jesus.
Including
begging
the day
them
of
to
his
come
arrest
get him.
To
Oh,
report
that's
that he
not
was
good.
being threatened and intimidated. So he's claiming gang stalking.
He's going Karen.
Yeah. When he's actually a gang stalker himself. Yeah, he's a gang stalker. By Karen, do you mean that he's spoiled, that he somehow feels he's that important, self-important? Is that what you mean, Holly?
Yeah, that he's like calling the cops on himself.
Oh, well, he's calling the cops to say he's concerned someone is after him. Is his history?
Oh,
yeah.
Classic FBI. They just hung up the phone.
Yeah, of course.
And then kept the record to make sure to
that
get
they can use him arrested.
Yeah, he goes and kills someone.
Yeah, they keep the records.
Ask coverage.
Right, then they can use it against you later, saying, "See, he always had a history of trying to contact the authorities as if that's a bad thing."
Right.
They present it. They always present it like that's a bad thing. Like, can you believe this fucker?
He was crazy.
Yeah.
His mother begged us, but we didn't believe it.
Well, that's the opposite. That's when other people are calling in about you. That happens all the time, too.
I know.
Either way, they have a history of never responding.
No.
Yeah, like you said, what are they even there for? It's just getting paid.
We
saw the federal building.
Yeah.
We saw the federal building.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
They were all fat and doing nothing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were like all, but they're in this fortress. They're in this fucking fortress. Yeah. Yeah. And they come out fat as hell. Well, that was before they were terrorized by Elon Musk. You know what? It's hard to believe that was long enough ago. That was before Doji. That was before Doji, right? Was it not, Brendan? You can.
I try to forget about hanging out with you. It was just awful. We got shot at.
That's right.
I mean, it was just.
Yeah.
It just was not a good experience. Don't ever do it.
Oh my god. Oh my Brendan's life has been sheer hell since he met me. That's nothing's ever been the same.
Another headline you may see is that there's been an arrest in the burning of the Tassajara Zen Center, Zendo,
What?
which is a
What?
big
Yeah.
deal.
It was another Buddhist cult. The lady was like
Yeah, and
in
it's a
opposition.
lady
Yeah.
in her
Okay.
30s.
Chinese lady.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
That's
so that sent some ripples.
yeah. That's wow. That's weird. Well, Cult
Yeah,
Wars. Cult
it is
Wars.
weird. It's 30 miles out in the middle of the woods on a rough road.
Yeah, it sounds like someplace Amy Como
They
would
have
go
a nice hot spring. They have a nice hot spring, but
There
it's
you
It's
go.
gone.
beautiful.
There you go.
I
No,
was
the hot
wondering
spring's
why when
fine.
I was looking it up. Well, they won't let visitors anymore come up
Oh.
because
That's
of that
right.
fucking.
But they're
the whole
still in
place is burning.
business.
Oh.
No. Just the Zendo. It was very localized.
Yeah,
Just the
but they
Zendo.
don't want people going up there for some reason.
Currently, but they are the nerve center of fundraising for the entire operation. Berkeley, San Francisco, Green Gulch. Tassajara's hospitality for 6 months of the year is one of the major grease in the wheel of
Wow.
the whole situation.
How do
Yeah.
you know of all this?
I've worked
She's in the
there on and
mountains.
off for 30 years.
Yeah, she's in
Jesus.
the mountains.
Wow.
Yes.
Damn.
I've never taken vows, but
Yeah.
I have a strange and very long-term relationship.
Wow.
And it's a wonderland
With the monks?
with the
You shagging the
organization
monks?
and the, not that kind of relationship,
Okay.
a business relationship and a service relationship.
Right. Yeah. Well, anyhow, that's very impressive. And thank you for
Free
sharing.
of vows. Yeah,
Yes.
it's a thrill to go there.
I'm
Major
sure.
thrill for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's no.
I was
that's-
happy to work there.
Yeah.
Sometimes volunteer, but mostly paid.
uh-huh.
So
Wow.
why not?
No. I hear you. I hear you. That's great. No.
Colors are brighter there.
Wow. I
And the
bet that-
water
yeah.
is extremely restorative.
Wow. Damn.
So
Yeah.
the hot springs are good then.
No.
Like you've tried them.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I heard
yeah.
good things. Yeah.
Okay.
They're marvelous. Developed somewhat,
Mhm.
but the river itself is so fabulous. It's also as restorative. The
Mhm.
water, it's amazing back there, just amazing. Colors are brighter, like
Cool.
I say.
Have you ever heard of Refugee?
California.
It's
a place.
depends on the context.
It's a place.
Oh, the
It's over-
refuge
Yeah, that place.
in Carmel Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Maybe
been
we
there.
shouldn't talk about it on air. We'll talk about it privately. We don't
Yeah.
want to blow
Why?
you've
It's
been-
fine.
Yeah, you've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it like?
It's a day spa.
Okay.
And it's very nice, and it's amazing. And the guy that started it all and built it died at like 56 within a year of its completion.
Jeez.
Damn.
Yeah, and it's super good, but it's bathing suits only, and you have to be silent. But
Why
it's
is that
not
a problem?
religious.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's California. In a Japanese bath, suits are optional.
Yeah, that's true. In Japan.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. People would just be going.
Yeah, and
naked.
in America,
But here you
fucking
can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me, I
Well,
would like it too, but
Yeah.
you can, and it is
people
done at
freak out. People
Esalen.
freak out.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Esselin's
no.
nude. Esselin's nude, but Esselin's
Esselin's
also
nude,
got.
and so is Tassajara,
Yeah.
because there's nothing sexual about it after a point.
Yeah. Yeah. But Esselin's got all
You
kinds of other controversies. Esselin's not a good.
Indeed.
Yeah. Esselin's,
And always has.
Yeah,
And always has.
Yeah. So how
But it's, yeah.
do
all
you
the
get to live
nightmares
like
came
this?
true.
How do you get to live like this, spying out all the time?
Well, it's weird and complicated.
I bet.
Yeah, and grace of God entirely. I never would have dreamed. Coming out of Newark, straight out of Newark, baby.
What do you know about the riots going on in New Jersey?
Oh,
The ice
man.
riots. Tell us.
Disgraceful.
Tell us.
I'm glad they got Mickey Sherrill. She's trying, but she ain't going to be able to please everybody, and it's disgraceful and it's disgusting. And I'm just proud that Jersey is standing up.
Thank you.
One Jersey community voted out data centers forever,
Cool.
and apparently they can make it stick.
All right.
So Jersey's got spirit underneath it all.
Yeah.
God help them. But
Yeah.
it's neck and neck. And the ones on the other side are, as bad as it gets anywhere in the world.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, at any rate, lot going on. I want both of you to stay as long as you can stand it. Brendan probably has to turn in soon enough for his.
I'm done. I've had enough of this crazy shit.
Yeah. Well, let me put a big haha on your Aoki link here. Gonna put the rolling on the floor with laughter for that.
Yeah.
And
Can you believe his millions of dollars? It's like even Brad Johnson got better investment returns than him. You know, come on, dude.
Delightful. And well, that's incredible. And I'm very. I feel a lot better now, so thank you for sharing that. I feel a lot better about myself. When Brendan showed me that, I honestly thought Brendan was promoting the guy. I thought Brendan was like saying,
it was like, no, I was hoping you would. Who was that? There's like another voice came up.
I noticed that. Did you hear
Who
that?
the fuck was that? Yeah,
It was
like an echo or
yeah.
what?
Who knows?
Yeah.
Probably the same fucker who muted you and muted me earlier. Probably the same fucker who.
Yeah.
Well, I noticed Realtek
Please.
was in the chat. Not the chat. He was on the call. He was on the call and in the text box when I got muted. So
Shit, he got activated.
Hey, I didn't know I could mute you.
Yeah.
Maybe I did.
It's always when you ask for money, it's like fucking
Yeah.
everything implodes and shit. My roof is collapsing.
Oh,
My
well, I
roof.
gotta ask while Brendan's here.
Uh-huh.
Here we are. Let's do a screen share and take a look at because it's just not the same without the screen share. So let's do the screen share here. See if we can get on the call. Let's take a look at Infinite Call. So then if we look at the Infinite Call, scroll up a little bit to where he was making some entries. Let's see now. Here we are. This is where Heather was saying, oh, there goes one from Holly. Yes, Minnesota Republicans review for Derek Chauvin, moment of silence. And then Peter Thiel unleashing neo-colonial billionaire. Then of course, there's Amy Como, momentarily happy jazz in Bernie land up in Vermont. Yeah, she's got a lot of shit going down in Vermont now. Here we are. Realtek says, Saylor Strategy sells Bitcoin for first time since 2022. The Bitcoin hoarding firm says it sold the cryptocurrency to fund distributions on its preferred stock. And he adds some commentary.
So there's firms that concentrate on Bitcoin hoarding. That's kind of interesting.
Of course it is.
I
Because
guess.
they're limited.
Uh,
So, yeah, hoarding
mhm.
is what you do with something that's limited.
Well, according to our expert, Realtek, he analyzes this piece of garbage, along with the wastebasket emoji,
Yeah.
selling at the wrong time. Should have sold when it was 120K. He is a super scammer. Well, apparently not super enough. I mean,
Yeah.
So,
Now, what is it now? Only 60,000 imaginary.
yes. I mean, imagine that. That's so the guy sold at the wrong time. It's almost like Realtek is angry that he's, not getting the most bang for his buck.
Yeah, because his shit's going down. The shit he put in.
Or it's
Yeah,
not for the
more
likes of
whales that
us.
sell, the more the market gets diluted and shit. That's why they're salty. Yeah, once all your whales are gone, that shit's worthless. It's just fucking dots on a screen.
Yes. Oh my god. And they think they're going to
Fucking Amway.
Yeah, and they think they're going to run an economy based on energy distribution using this shit?
Yeah, that's what they think. It's really true. Doesn't matter how crazy it is.
Well, we're destined for massive social change. There's obviously they're going to bring about a dislocation that's so seismic that we're going to have a tectonic shift. I mean, Oh,
I'm
dig
just
this.
afraid Americans always blame the wrong ones.
They
no one to
Americans
blame
never
after
blame the
everyone's
right people.
yeah, you know what? Yeah, you heard Brendan. No one to blame after everyone's dead.
See?
Like they're going to have to do a full reset, like Doug's saying, like a full, like no more politics even.
That's
like
the goal.
That's each. Well,
That's the goal.
Well, you don't want to live through that. You know?
No, I
Even
don't.
if you
I
make it
expect
to
to be
that.
in the first great wave of deaths,
Oh.
but it wasn't COVID.
No.
I
No.
fully expect to be.
No. By the way, I'm what they call a super dodger. I've never had COVID. Does that make you a super dodger, Brendan? Or Holly? Are either one of you also what's called a super dodger? Never had COVID?
Oh, I was one of the
had-
first people that
Had
saw it. I was one of the first people that saw it before it was a thing.
Okay.
I had a novel virus in 2018. That's all I know.
Okay.
And I was never sick like that
Mhm.
before in my life.
Mhm.
And I've never been sick again.
Okay.
So remember that was 2 full years, dated exactly March, that I had a novel virus. And in the beginning, remember they said it was like chicken pox. You can only get it once.
Yeah.
That's how it played out
That,
for me.
that changed real quick.
Yeah, but I never got it again. Tell you that.
That bologna sauce.
Speaking of bologna
right.
sauce. Yeah, honey?
Oh God. Oh, I lost it. It's the Taylor ham.
Okay.
Taylor ham.
Taylor ham. What's that?
It fights germs. No,
Oh.
he said bologna sauce. I thought he was cracking on my jersey. Taylor
okay.
ham fights germs.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I just don't want to get Doug banned. I would have gone off.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Because then they said that, and then they rolled out some, problem reaction solution.
I know. It's
Oh,
crazy,
good point.
but
Good point. Don't go
I
further
never
than
got
that.
sick again.
Yeah, don't go
It
further.
went all over the place.
Yeah. Now here, you want to see something that pisses me off? You know, my first love is geopolitics. So here's the pisser. Look at this, guys, ladies, or guys and lady. Look at this shit. So this is the old motherfucker, this old propagandist. I'm sure they'll show the guy who's the author of this article. Let me see. Author of. There are only four.
I like how they put the Brits at the bottom with no leader.
Yeah. There you go. Now this can't
Bottom
be...
of the pile with no leader.
Yeah.
The graphic. You see the graphic?
Yeah. The graphic there. Yes, that's right. Just a flag.
And his master ping is at the top, and then Putin is
Yes.
above Trump.
Yes. Yeah.
And then the Brits and the Americans are like in the sludge pile at the left.
Yes. The extreme right on this photograph, but yeah. The here we are. Author of There Are Only Four Great Powers. Let me see. He's Brendan Sims. So let's see if we can find Brendan Sims' image. For some reason they're not showing the fucker's image. Okay, so if
they're probably hideous.
Well, he is. That's why I wanted
articles.
you to see how hideous this son of a bitch is.
Yeah.
And his criteria is anachronistic. There we are. This is a piece of shit. So this guy, his criteria is like so out of date. Really.
It's some shriveled up Brit. Yeah, horrible.
Yeah. That's why he includes Britain. Then that makes sense.
Yeah.
Why, there he goes. Look at the son of a bitch. There he goes. Professor Brendan Sims. See him? Yeah.
Is he British? Can you play it?
I can't. I don't want a copyright strike, especially since I'm not speaking well about him. University of Cambridge.
Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's British.
British. So
he's a dick, or is he cool?
He's a dick. He's a total fucking dick. And so he says, imperial.
That's kind of praying mantis.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah. Well, but he's saying there's only four great powers today. And he's saying, what, great powers or would be great powers historically. And he brings up, of course, Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, Fascist Italy, the Soviet Union. But he says, who's in power today? And he says, his idea is that it's the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, and the Brits. And this is what Brendan was talking about. This is the image Brendan was talking about. So in his stupidity, he puts his Master Xi at the top. Putin's actually upper right, kind of, but pretty much above Trump. Trump is like a transition between America and Britain's on the lower left with no leader whatsoever, because it doesn't have a dictator figure.
Yeah.
You know, gotta credit them. They don't have a dictator figure. But he's saying, oh, there's only an era of great power competition has started, but not all would-be competitors qualify. So he says Japan and Germany don't qualify. But here's my favorite rebuttal. My favorite rebuttal.
No Modi either.
No Modi either. This is my favorite rebuttal. That's the point. Here we are. Britain in, India out of genuine great power list. Really? So, you know, they're saying that, you know, how could India be out when Britain's power was based on having India?
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and this actually
Israel ain't in there either.
Well, Israel owns America, so that saying
So that's the
America is
thing.
basically saying Israel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I wish he would.
There we are. So
Well,
Sims appears
the
to
Brit
come.
guy,
Yeah.
the Brit guy sees all those countries that used to be England. They still are considered English Commonwealth. Even if they're not part of the system, they just default, just think like that.
There we are. Thank you.
As if they're not independent, because they're all basically, they're like culturally enslaved, basically. Let's put it
There
that
we
way.
are. Thank
Culturally subservient, not enslaved.
you. Yes.
Somebody's got to help them.
Yeah.
Because they all consider England as like the cultural top. If you're in England, you're the top. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly many of them, like, remember, that's the one of the few intelligent things Salman Sheikh ever said was he could depopulate Pakistan overnight if he said, oh, 50% of you get British citizenship and 50% of you get U.S. citizenship. And he said he could be.
Oh, they'd all leave.
Yeah, he said
They'd all leave.
Pakistan would depopulate overnight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they'd leave the women and children behind.
Yes. No,
Maybe it would be better.
Oh, yeah. They'd leave all the women and children behind and just go for American men and women for their partners in a heartbeat if they could. Yes. Oh,
Heartbeat.
Oh, my God. What a nightmare. Okay, well, you've all been exposed to that insanity by Brendan Sims. It is so anachronistic. To think that there's still people who think like that, how could anyone argue that Russia is a great power and that Britain, again, like you said, he's British, so he's propagandizing on behalf of British from the University of Cambridge. So you can understand him, like what Brendan says is he subconsciously or otherwise, maybe even practically, feels that India is still so dependent on England inextricably simply by the British control of its bureaucracy or some form of British manipulation that that Britain is still on that imperial level of power. But the reality is India is much more tied with Israel now in so many ways than directly with England, even with China. And the problem is they do a lot of business with Taiwan, but they refuse to recognize Taiwan because they don't want to alienate China. In fact, you know what India's primary downfall is? Overcautious. They're so overcautious. Remember they had the Quad where they said it was India, Australia, and America, along with Japan. That was called the Quad. That was supposed to contain China. And India said, you know, they fucked out of it. They fucked out of it saying, oh, we don't want to alienate China. And it's like, dude, you're fighting with them on the border every other fucking day. You got to make a stand at some point. They got all this.
They want to swallow your industry alive to get your resources.
Yes. And they, not to mention they're financing a Maoist insurgency of terrorists in India. Yeah. The most violent terrorists they have are Maoists coming out of Nepal.
I mean, China's a resource vacuum cleaner.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Poor Africa.
Yes.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's the Hoover Dragon.
Yes. So Brendan, when you're confronted with this, so is this illusory on England's part, or do you feel their influence is still so strong that this man is justified in saying what he's saying?
In terms of India?
Well, in terms of India specifically, because I think the only okay, so if we go by the man's judgment of what constitutes a great power, he says they have to have enormous, almost bottomless pits of resources that
Of money.
are theirs. No, resources, not money, not money. Geophysical resources, like holes
Got
in
it.
the ground
Mines
from
and
which to extract
tunnels.
minerals
Yeah.
and gas, oil, or various energy products. He includes
They got
Britain.
that. CT.
Well, he includes. Well, it wouldn't be BP.
Yeah, England has that.
It would
England
be through
has that
Canada.
because they've
It'd
kept.
be, yeah, they've kept the Dominion of Canada. So I
Well,
think
not
he's-
only not just.
and
Oh
Australia.
yeah.
So
And Australia.
so
Yeah.
so go on, Brendan. Take it from there. Yeah.
Those are just direct links, but they've
Okay.
kept all the acquisitions. So
Okay.
all of the biggest mining companies,
Mhm.
biggest gold
Yeah.
company,
Mhm.
you know, De Beers,
Insurance
the
wrap it.
oil, BP, British Petroleum, they all kept their overseas acquisitions.
Mhm.
And it's owned
Okay.
by England,
Okay.
United Kingdom.
Okay.
They're all
it's
those
like-
companies are registered in the United Kingdom and pay United Kingdom taxes. They're not independent nations. They're nations. The nations that those resources are in are not owned by them,
Mhm.
including the Arab oil.
Mhm.
So there's a big secret, open secret about it.
Mhm. Because traditionally, England's taxes were so onerous that everybody wanted to get out of there. But now it's like
That's
England's
just
the
the,
new
that's just the
Switzerland.
normies. I'm talking about like the elites.
But I mean,
They
even
don't play
rich
by the same
ones,
rules.
Yeah. Well, all
they
the
didn't want to
Russian.
bank there
well,
anymore.
well, all
But
the
I
Ru-
think that's changed in 50 years.
It must
That
have.
now they're the
yeah.
new Switzerland.
Well, it must be because the Russians all moved there. All the Russians that could moved to England. And when you say they're the new
Mhm.
Switzerland, your point's well taken because their third empire is largely based on criminal offshore accounts. It's
Hell yeah.
yeah, and
And phony real estate and all that.
Yeah,
I
people.
mean,
So basically, like the sheikhs and the Russian oligarchs buy property
Mhm.
Yeah.
in London,
Mhm.
and no one ever moves in. They just sit there
Right.
to sink the money. It's like a money sink.
it's a fancy safe deposit box.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it's all cash up front. That's the tell.
good God, and so, but
I don't know.
nevertheless,
They bring it in wheelbarrows? I don't know what they do.
they might as well
Gold.
bring.
Brinks trucks?
Gold. They just fly gold to them.
Got it.
Yeah,
That's
Go.
yeah.
Oh, what about that cop that had like $500,000 worth? Did you see that headline?
No, tell
I think
us.
he was Southern California.
Tell us what.
It was just in the last week. They found some cop
Uh-huh.
who had somehow, or I think it was a police, but oh man, I'll have to find the headline again. But he had $500,000 in gold bars in his basement.
Good God, illegally?
This was super recent, entirely
Yeah, illegally? Entirely illegal.
illegal. Yeah.
Mm.
That was
Where
the
did
story.
he get them? Where did he get them?
I
from?
should have paid more attention. I'm blocking on it, and it just
No
jumped
worries.
out of my mind.
Mm.
But I'll look it up tomorrow.
Sure. Thank you. That's fine.
Yeah.
And
It's a laugh riot.
yeah.
Oh,
But
what was he doing? I forget.
yeah,
But anyway, go on.
no, that's fascinating. But why is it,
Yes.
Brendan, that England, with this immense amount of industrial, shall we say, resource capacity, granted, Brendan can testify to the fact that quality of life in England is not poor as people think. Far from it. The British people live quite well. It may not feel like it, and certainly some industrial areas of the past are very bad off. They're like ghettos, but it's not like ghettos in America, though they're still.
Or how England used to be? Holy shit.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. In
God.
the days of Dickens, in the days of Charles Dickens, England was a very poor place to live, unless you were wealthy.
Cities and the countryside, because the mines.
Yeah, it was. It was horrible. It was hell on earth. But a lot was done to improve the lot just by raping other countries, particularly India, and other places that were part of the Raj, like Myanmar, which was Burma at one point.
Oh,
Absorbed
all
into
the
the Raj.
states.
Yeah. By the way,
tobacco.
Brendan says Gute Nacht. Oh, we love you dearly, Brendan. Come on and
Yeah.
verbally say it, please. By all means, say verbally good night. We'd appreciate your voice as you check out. So, at any rate, Brendan's typing. Maybe he just doesn't have the energy. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And take care, Brendan. Come on, say goodnight if you can. You don't need to type. Jesus Christ, it takes more energy to type than it does to talk.
He might have a Doberman on his ankle.
Then why type? Yes, there we are. Oh, that's I love his. Oh, yes, he's got a great little emoji there. Trash the vampire is little emoji combo. Oh, that's
Not
cute.
the butts.
Yeah, no,
The
not the
gift
butts.
butts.
Yeah, that's funny. Once you see
Listen,
that,
I'm going to do that
yeah.
too because I'm stuck in a wind tunnel and I'm miserable.
Okay, love you
So
dearly.
I'm
Stay
going to
safe
keep
and be well.
listening.
Okay, honey.
Yeah, I'll be listening. Okay,
right.
love you. Thank
Love
you.
you.
Wonderful.
Have a blessed night. Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll launch into the part where I suck all the oxygen out of the room. We're going to basically concentrate on, taking maybe just another hour or two. We'll see if I last that long. Obviously, early appointment tomorrow. My biorhythms are all involved with preparing for that. And with that, we're going to dive into the night. How about that? And with that in mind, all right. Well, it is 2S LGBTQ plus Pride Month, something to be noted. And I'll cover just a little bit of news around that involving Elon Musk. But let's start with his president, the man he put in power, a living president on United States currency. The Treasury is already designing Trump's $250 bill. President Donald Trump has devoted a lot of time and energy renovating Washington, D.C. First, he proceeded to demolish the East Wing of the White House to make his way for a $400 million ballroom. The World War II Memorial might be next in line for renovation, and plans are in motion for a triumphal 250-foot arch, literally an Arc de Triomphe. Now the maladministration is setting its sights on the next phase of its own facelift, America's money. On Thursday, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said that political appointees at the Treasury Department had asked employees at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing to start preparing designs for a new $250 banknote with Trump's face on it. In late March, the Treasury Department announced that Trump's signature would appear on paper currency, the first time for a sitting president. The endeavor aligns with the pending 250th anniversary of America's founding, starting in July. And, of course, there will be no audits for Trump in the new currency. The Justice Department, which is controlled by Trump, isn't backing away from its part of its settlement of a lawsuit filed by Trump himself, which features his $1.8 billion weaponization fund. Under the acting United States Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the president's former personal criminal attorney, no less, the Department of Justice is said to be continuing its bar on any probes of Trump's past tax filings or those of his family members or businesses. Trump had sued the Internal Revenue Service over the leak of his tax information in a case the agency was reportedly prepared to fight. On Tuesday, Senator Thom Tillis, a North Carolina Republican who is not running for re-election, said both parts of the accord between Trump and his own agency are problematic. Per Tillis, we're talking about family members that have had almost a doubling of their net worth in the last year and a half. How can you not at least have them be subjected to the same thing I'm subjected to and every one of you? Well, all of that having been articulated, they're exempt from a lot of things. They can send their kids to private school, and they're part of that caste that unlike the rest of us who are plebeian, well, we have to wave goodbye to the last normal year for American schools. As an educator myself, I am obliged to warn you all that Trump's school funding scheme kicks in soon. It will send us back to the 1800s. Thanks to Trump's big, beautiful bill, the 26 through 27 school year will look wildly different. Now, as schools send children home for the summer, we need to recognize a frightening fact. This could be the last year of public schooling the way we've always known it. Donald Trump's new school funding theme, pushed through as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, will kick in during the middle of the next school year, in January of 2027. It's going to create a financial tsunami for public schools. The real tragedy is that there's no mystery to it. We already know what will happen because the scheme is not really new at all. It brings us back to the bad old days, to the failed and inadequate divided school budgets from before the first American Civil War between the states for rights. Trump's plan brings back the devastating problem that our modern public school systems were designed to fix. The new program has been called a national voucher system, but in fact, it is more like a private school subsidy. Here's how it will work. Taxpayers will be able to deduct up to $1,700 each from their federal taxes, whether or not they have children in schools. They can send that money, a dollar-for-dollar reduction in their federal taxes, to scholarship granting organizations. Those SGOs, scholarship granting organizations, in turn, these SGOs will distribute money to families to use for educational services such as tuition discounts at private schools. Not every family will benefit. SGOs can give the money only to families who earn under 300% of their area's median family income. Also important is that states will have to opt in, and every state will have some say in deciding which SGOs can even participate. So far, we have 29 states officially signed up, and a complicated political back and forth going on in the rest. It's very different from the traditional voucher programs that started in the 1990s. Unlike vouchers, the money goes to the SGOs, not directly to families. Most crucially, the money will not be coming directly out of state education budgets. It will come from federal coffers, and that fact has tempted some Democratic governors, such as New York's Kathy Hochul, to flirt with the idea of opting in. At the school district level, however, the potential budget damage could be severe. Every student who leaves their local public school to take a subsidized private education will take their state funding away with them. School budgets are cumbersome to change, with many fixed costs such as buildings and personnel. Even if the number of students at public schools drops suddenly due to Trump's private school subsidy, along with the funding that accompanies them, it will take time for schools' financial liabilities to go down accordingly. Principals and teachers get the same salary whether their school has 500 students or 300. Buses cost the same whether they transport 100 students or 50. Furnaces cost the same whether they warm 1,000 students or 300. It's a frightening prospect Funding will drop off a fiscal cliff, but costs will stay the same, for the short term at least. The money has to come from somewhere, so districts will be forced to cut basic educational services. As public schools totter, more families might be tempted to take the subsidy and leave public schools completely, creating a dizzying budgetary downward cycle. To be sure, Trump's subsidy will provide a bonanza for some. Large established private schools with existing fundraising infrastructure could see an enormous cash infusion. The new law doesn't limit the amount of benefits families can receive, so theoretically a school could pocket sky-high tuition paid for with Trump subsidy. And just as with traditional state-funded vouchers, some affluent families who already attend private schools could receive a significant subsidy. In, well, an upstate and I believe rather upscale hometown like Binghamton, New York, for example, the 300% of median income limit would include families making up to $190,000 per year. In a city such as Alexandria, Virginia, the cap would jump to almost $341,000. The very wealthiest families would be excluded, but there are plenty of well-off families who could participate. There are still a lot of unanswered questions. What may be most important is that we don't know which states will even opt in. The states that do will have to decide what kinds of scholarship-granting organizations can take part, but we are not sure yet what the rules will even be. States could possibly cut out certain types of schools or certain types of programs. For example, a state could insist that participating SGOs observe public school anti-discrimination laws, or they might not be able to. We just don't know. We also don't know how many taxpayers will take advantage of the program. There will be 138 million people eligible, but it seems unlikely they will all take its part, given the filing requirements. Even if only a fraction of taxpayers participated in the new program, however, the cost could be staggering. Exemplar gratiae. If just 48 million taxpayers gave their $1,700 to private schools instead of to the federal government, the reduction in the amount of money the federal government receives in income taxes would be more than the entire current budget of the education department. Would the money come out of the ED, the educational departmental budget, or serve as another excuse to cut that department's funding? We won't know until it's too late. Just as important, we have no idea if this radical funding scheme will survive after Trump's presidency. For private schools thinking about expanding their fundraising systems to take advantage, that uncertainty will likely serve as a hard break. Like businesses trying to negotiate Trump's erratic tariffs, private schools might not want to invest in such a short-lived experiment. But even given all the uncertainty, there's no doubt that this subsidy will devastate public schools, if only in the short term. Like other choice programs, the hardest hit districts will be in rural areas, including those in red states. In Texas, for instance, staunch conservative legislators have defied Trump and ardently opposed the expansion of voucher plans because of the ruinous impact on their public school budgets. And in other red states, like Alabama, existing cuts to federal education spending have decimated school budgets in rural areas, harming Trump's most dedicated fans. There are a lot of question marks about the specifics, but we actually do know how this will play out in general because we've all been here before. For the first 500 years of the United States' existence, all public schooling limped along financially, hamstrung by the kinds of subsidies Trump is bringing back. In those early years, every state split up their education budgets among a variety of schools. They sent dribs and drabs to a variety of private schools and subsidized academies. They sent the never enough remainder to public schools. It was worse for everyone, everywhere. New York City's experience shows the dangers. Through 1825, the city split up its state funding among a wide variety of public and private schools. In 1824, for instance, the city sent a measly $16.38 to the School of Christ Protestant Episcopal Church to teach 12 students. It paid $554.19 to educate 406 children at the Catholic St. Patrick's Cathedral School. After 21 private schools got their cut, the remainder went to public schools. It was never enough to pay for any decent education at any of the schools. Any of them, public or private. Worst of all, given the financial disincentives, there simply weren't enough schools for New York's children at all. Of the city's 30,560 children, school leaders found only 21,866 attended any school at all. It didn't fix all their problems, but in 1826, New York City's leaders opted out of their private school subsidies. They sent their entire state education budget to the city's public schools. By eliminating double costs for buildings, teachers, and supplies, the city was able to offer more schooling for more students in the expanding public school system. By the 1840s, Horace Mann, who right here in California, there's actually at least one school I know of named after, but Horace Mann himself was of Massachusetts, and he hoped to copy the New York program in his own state. As the state's first Secretary of Education, Mann painstakingly collected statistics to prove to voters how damaging the subsidies were. With 12 separate school systems, one public, one private, most districts could afford to offer only 6 months of public schooling a year. Parents who wanted more schooling had to subsidize it out of pocket. Mann persuaded voters to increase their own taxes by a smaller amount than those out-of-pocket fees and use the money to provide 10 months of public school per year. There was enough left over to provide training for teachers, increase teacher pay, improve school buildings, and offer free textbooks. Due to the obvious benefits, in the decades before the first American Civil War between the states for rights, voters across the northern United States opted out of private school subsidies. In the South, however, states continued to subsidize private schools and academies, in part to ensure that the benefits of public schooling would never spill over to educate enslaved Southerners. We can see the results, and they serve as a stark warning from the past about our educational future. States that continued private school subsidies had far worse educational outcomes. In 1840, in Massachusetts, for example, just over 1% of white adult males was illiterate. Back then, of course, the census never asked about literacy among non-white Americans. But we can presume it was pretty low. I mean, literacy. Illiteracy being presumably very or quite high. In New York City, just under 4% of white adult males was illiterate. In highly privatized Georgia, in contrast, that number of illiterate white males was 19%. In North Carolina, which also continued to use its education budget to subsidize private schools, the number of illiterate white males as adults was 27%. Over 250 of adult men could neither read nor write, and these were the whites. Certainly, those numbers reflect other factors, including the legacy of puritanical emphasis on literacy in the North and overall increased educational funding in the North as well. Yet we cannot ignore the facts of the case. States that split up their education funding among private and public schools consistently offered far worse education to all. Now Trump's budgetary wrecking ball threatens to return us to those dismal conditions. He's abusing federal dollars, not state ones, to sweeten the deal. But in the end, the result will be the same. The cause will be the same as ill. No one will be able to say, we didn't see it coming. And this brings us to the environment that it takes place in. A Trump cultic dictatorship. Elon Musk confirming that he purchased Twitter because of his trans daughter. And yes, this is quite relevant. The multi-billionaire having waged a war on trans people abusing that platform. Now on Saturday, as dated May 31st, the day before Pride Month, this month, a Twitter user posted a photo from Vivian Jenna Wilson's new Savage X Fenty Pride campaign alongside a sweeping claim that were it not for Vivian, Musk would never have purchased Twitter, never gotten involved in politics, and Kamala Harris would be presidentress. The notion that Musk's Twitter acquisition was connected to his daughter's transition has been the subject of speculation for years, bolstered by leaked text messages from the Delaware court filings that linked his purchase directly to the suspension of a transphobic account, and by his own biographers reporting that his anti-woke sentiments were partly triggered by Wilson's transition. But Musk had never confirmed it in his own words. This time, he replied with a single word, speaking volumes. That word being true, personally confirming what the court filings, the Isaacson biography, and Musk's own public statements had long suggested, that the $44 billion purchase of Twitter was driven, at least in significant part, by his reaction to his daughter's transition and the platform's treatment of anti-trans content. In response to Vivian's photo and news about her campaign for Rihanna's lingerie brand, the post by Twitter user Sid Stayerhart reads, "We should never forget that if not for Vivian, Elon Musk never would have gotten involved, never would have purchased Twitter. Kamala Harris would be president, and the left wing would have total instrumental control over the construction of Skynet. Musk responded, "True." Then today, he doubled down, writing that Vivian was murdered by the woke mind virus. Now it will die. Now, here's where I provide, again, the link to Sid Steyerhart speaking of Vivian Jenna. And I'll put it into the chat so that people can reference it while we're live. Actually, it's up there, accessible enough. You don't need me to do it again. And with that having been presented for you to reference, the exchange itself is striking. It's not so much a revelation as a confirmation. Evidence that Musk's purchase of Twitter was substantially influenced by transgender people has been accumulating for years. In March of 2022, Twitter suspended the Babylon Bee, a right-wing satire account, for posting a headline naming U.S. Secretary, the United States Assistant Secretary for Health, Admiral Rachel Levine, a transgender woman. It posted a headline naming her its Man of the Year. Babylon Bee CEO Seth Dillon confirmed that Musk called him directly to verify the suspension and even mused on that call that he might need to buy Twitter. Days later, text messages released as part of the Delaware Chancery Court litigation over Musk's attempted withdrawal from the deal show his ex-wife, Tallulah Riley, texting him, "Can you buy Twitter and then delete it, please? America is going insane!" All uppercase, her words. "The Babylon Bee got suspension is crazy. Or can you buy Twitter and make it radically free speech? I honestly think social media is the scourge of modern life, but it's very easy to exploit and is being used by radicals for social engineering on a massive scale. And this shit is infecting the world. Please do something to fight wokeism. I will do anything to help." With Musk replying, "Maybe buy it and change it to properly support free speech, man." Just weeks later, he made his $44 billion offer to buy the company outright. And in an excerpt from Walter Isaacson's authorized biography, published in the Wall Street Journal, the biographer drew the line directly from Musk's daughter to the acquisition. Musk's anti-woke sentiments were partly triggered by the decision of his oldest child, Vivian, then 16, to transition. Twitter, he felt, had become infected by a similar mindset that suppressed right-wing and anti-establishment voices. Musk has since abused the platform he purchased to wage a sustained campaign against transgender people. He has made Twitter hostile for transgender journalists and activists, going as far as digitally labeling the term cisgender, simply a term for someone who is not transgender, derived from the Latin prefix that has existed since Roman times as the opposite of trans, id est, a slur. He removed Twitter's long-standing policy banning the deliberate misgendering and dead-naming of transgender users, protections that had been in place since 2018. On the first day of Pride Month in 2023, he personally overruled his own content moderation team to promote What is a Woman?, the Daily Wire's anti-trans documentary, which went on to receive over 100 million views on platform with Musk's amplification. Musk, has amplified fringe anti-trans groups like the American College of Pediatricians, a very small Southern poverty law center designated hate group often confused with the legitimate American Academy of Pediatrics, lending them an audience of millions out of ignorance. Musk has also publicly stated he would lobby to criminalize gender-affirming care for minors on his platform. As for his own trans daughter, Vivian Jenna, she has had sharp words for her own father before. And if I recollect correctly, the last time Musk invoked her name to rationalize his crusade against transgender people, in a July 2024 interview with Jordan Peterson, in which he claimed she had been killed by the woke mind virus and that he had been tricked into allowing her to transition, Wilson fired back on Threads, calling his account of her childhood entirely fake, and noting that he doesn't know what I was like as a child because he quite simply wasn't there. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. Her advice for the richest man in the world? Go touch some fucking grass. Now imagine, instead, what life would be like if Kamala Harris had been allowed to become presidentress by Joe Biden's abdication of office, as I myself personally publicly advised. That the man should have stepped down, abdicated, and allowed her to run for presidentress in the office of the executive, in which case she most certainly would have won. Here's what the United States would have become if Kamala Harris had been seceded into our presidency. Now, it took but a few mere minutes for the lads that I tutor and myself to compile a list. So with the help of my charges, we wrote a list of what America would be like if Kamala had been placed in the Oval Office by Biden through his abdication of the throne, and in her seat, running for presidentress, she would have won. It didn't take us long to compose what that world would look like, albeit we easily could have continued ad infinitum. Lower inflation, lower energy and grocery prices, no invasion of Venezuela and Iran. 16 military lives would have been saved at the least. Infinitely less corruption, most certainly none to smite our eyes on an everyday basis. No illegal destruction of the White House. No mass pardons for all the January 6th, 2021 insurrectionists. Subsidies for affordable health care, while not eliminating 17 million lower income people from being insured. No grifting billions of dollars while in office. No breaking our country's historic alliances. Strong and continued ties with the NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, with the UN, the United Nations, and with our allies around the world to solve common problems and to serve as trading partners. No retreat from the WHO, the WHO, or World Health Organization. No termination of foreign aid, exemplar gratia, through USAID, the United States Administration of International Development, USAID, which is predicted in its absence, or by its very absence, as rendered absent by Elon Musk. It is predicted that Elon Musk's misaction will kill literally millions of ill and starving people, all under Trump's neo-Bolshevik regime, similar to the Holodomor or the mass famine of Ukraine under Joseph Stalin, but worldwide. Under Kamala Harris, we would have improvement in our overall standing in the world, funding for Ukraine's war against Russia's terrorism, commitment to just and humane immigration policies, infusing more funding into hiring agents to process those who wish to enter the country, and codification of protections for the Dreamers under the DACA program, a reduction or elimination of injuries and deaths related to ICE enforcement policies, support for police reform and prison reform, including initiatives to ensure a working partnership between departments and the communities they serve, and instituting humane policies such as no chokeholds, the wearing of officer webcams, and others. Not so high across the board tariffs that have increased prices here in these United States under Trump. No day-by-day scandals, as in the Trump regime. Continued support, and in some programs, increased funding for public safety net programs such as Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Programs, also known as SNAP, S-N-A-P, their acronym, or other food assistance programs, such as free school breakfasts and lunches, plus reduction or even elimination of student loan debt. And we would have someone who actually works for the American people, and not someone who works only to enrich themselves, as does Trump. No hiring of family members to conduct foreign, imperial, and domestic policy. Choosing people to fill important government positions, including cabinet members, who are the most qualified for the positions they are to hold, instead of the least qualified to do so. We would have commitment to limiting the continued disastrous climate catastrophe by earmarking more funding for renewable sources of clean energy while ensuring more clean energy jobs and retraining of our workforce and the cleaning of our waterways and the air. We would have continued research grants to our universities, including funding to find cures to diseases. We would not be in the midst of any measles and whooping cough epidemic. Rather than eliminating the Department of Education, as Trump has done, Kamala Harris would have most certainly advocated for increased funding that would expand services to special needs students. We would be remaining in the Paris Climate Accords. We would not have torn up the previous nuclear agreement with Iran, as Trump had done in his first regime, that was negotiated in the first under the Obama administration. We would work toward free or subsidized quality child care, child tax credits, and paid family parental leave. We would work toward a more equitable tax code where the rich paid their fair share. We would have elimination of the tax code, the Trump tax code, that rewards only the rich and the powerful. We would have elimination of stock trading for congressional members. We would have no special favors for forever evading annual tax auditing. We would have continued and improved consumer protections on all products, including prescription drugs, and passage and enforcement of appropriate regulations on business and industry to protect the safety of the public and reduce price gouging. We would have an advocacy that Congress codified, well, into reproductive rights for all women. We would have support for marriage equality and for transgender equality and access to gender-affirming care. We would have the nomination of Supreme Court justices to counterbalance the conservative, I should say paleo-conservative members of the court nominated during Trump's first regime. We would have expansion of DEI, the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives within the federal government. We would have advancement of firm and consistent support for labor unions and the process of collective bargaining, a guaranteed federal living minimum, hourly, and a yearly wage. We would have the elimination of income tax on Social Security payments. We would have continued activism to ensure fair and equitable voting rights for all qualified citizens, regardless of their social identities and backgrounds, and the advancement of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We would have advocacy for reasonable and effective firearm safety measures. We would have support for and a strengthening of the wall separating religion and government, and opposition to the concept and practice of white supremacist Christo-nationalism. We would have support for a genuine partnership between the federal, state, and local governments, with final authority resting in the federal government. And we would have a dedication to ethics in politics, as well as truth, facts, and decency. And finally, we would have an infinite reduction of the day-to-day trauma we have seen under Trump. We are traumatized in a never-ending waking nightmare of melodrama. I welcome any additions you might provide, as our list compiled on Cite the Estates is most certainly anything but exhaustive. But with that, we've taken us just a few minutes past 10 p.m. Pacific, so it's well past midnight on the Eastern Seaboard. We'll be coming back for a fuller episode on the weekend, this coming Sunday. Same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Dietrich being the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. Make certain to join us this Sunday, and we'll be proceeding ahead with, well, all too much. There's always too much to talk about. Odd kind of episode tonight in format, structure, and subject, but a welcome little change of pace. And with that, let's see if Aristides is with us. He's probably in slumberland. I hope he's getting some rest. Okay, love you, Aristides. If you're awake, you let us know. Aristides. Okay, his name doesn't rile him. So, we'll proceed to end live stream for tonight. Most blessed be. And to all who support us, bring a friend, even an enemy. They need it more than anyone. This coming Sunday, as dated the 7th day in June. And with that, we bid good morning on the east, and a kind and gentle night to those in the west. of the North American continent. Stay safe and be well. And we're ending stream.